Yes.
The defendant was convicted. It went. The Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals affirmed, and the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals. That's right. Yes. And vacated the conviction based upon the introduction of propensity evidence, 404 evidence, on the theory of opening the door. And in that opinion, Justice Hearn is very specific to state that the courts have to be very careful and very wary of thinly veiled attempts to show propensity by way of the open door doctrine, and that the testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics to which counsel had opened the door. And again, I go back, we did not open the door to any roadside shooting, any insurance fraud, anything with regard to Alex lying to the police. And so that was the basis. I just objected, so I want to put that in the record. Today, they intend to present a full panoply of evidence on the roadside shooting. And, Your Honor, we would oppose that.
What do you mean a full panoply?
Well, they've asked to, that they're going to, my understanding is they're putting up Agent Kelly to talk about his investigation of the roadside shooting. We got a request this morning for them to play the hospital videotape of Alec in the Savannah Hospital, which is over an hour, where he's being interviewed by SLED agents, and he's meeting with a sketch artist to draw up a sketch of the roadside shooter, and that they plan to introduce that evidence. They plan to introduce, as we understand it, follow-up evidence of when Alec gets to detox in Atlanta, when he calls back with Mr. Harpootlian and I, and gives a full statement about the roadside shooting and about how he had lied to them previously, how he was sorry.
Is that the same video or
They're two separate. I mean, second is just an audio tape. But Your Honor, I just go back to State v. Hayward, where the court says testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics which counsel has opened the door. And so they intend to spend 3 hours of testimony here today, and it's not proportional, and it's not related to the topic for which the court, I believe, should find that. I don't think I opened any door, because I think the evidence was already in the case.
All right.
And it was in response to direct. It wasn't something I brought up.
May it please the Court, Your Honor. To go back, obviously we had this issue and we addressed it yesterday morning.
This time we're dealing with the issue of the court's, the exception or statement for the record that Mr. Griffin wanted to make concerning the court's ruling yesterday. We're not dealing with any anticipated testimony today at this time. I'm not ruling based on what, well, I've already ruled, but I'm entertaining these comments for the record regarding yesterday's ruling. So go ahead.
I think, Your Honor, if you listen, obviously, to the excerpts that Mr. Griffin just read, and you put that in the context of everything that had developed, starting with Marion Proctor, that the door is more than opened, and the state's intent in that regard is to fully respond to and flesh out the very examination.
The state's intent in that regard, we're talking about yesterday's ruling, so we can close the door on that. Sure. Do you have anything else to say about the court's ruling yesterday?
No, other than the examination, the redirect examination clearly was in response to and appropriate opening the door after that examination, and that's I think that Your Honor's ruling was appropriate in that regard, and I think that again that has opened the door to exploration of those issues.
Concerning the court's ruling yesterday, and also State v. Hayward, Mr. Owens, in questioning Mr. Griffin and cross-examining investigator Owen, got into this circle of interest that Alex is in the circle, then cross-examined the witness regarding, did you consider Eddie Smith to be in the circle? Well, did you consider some unknown gang members, whoever they might be, to be in this circle? Did you know that Alex was spending $50,000 per week supporting a drug habit, presumably through Eddie Smith, and that he owed money or he was indebted. So Mr. Griffin introduced the relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. The court conducted a pretrial, a hearing outside the presence of the jury, addressed the issue, made it clear that the roadside shooting was a bridge too far. Then the defense decided to build a road over that bridge, decided to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything. The door was open. This is not the same as the situation in State v. Hayward, where a co-defendant's, a cooperating co-defendant is being questioned about unrelated matters, totally unrelated to the case, and the Supreme Court presiding judge went too far in allowing evidence not proportional to what was open and which he already ruled should not be introduced. I find that what this court allowed on yesterday was proportional because it was in relation to evidence elicited not by the state but by the defendant. And the state is entitled to explore this relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. And then we'll have further discussions at some point regarding this limitation of just randomly throwing out names of people, or suspicions and speculations regarding on the issue of third-party guilt. But to the extent that the defense sought to introduce the relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith, and then to seek to infer that Eddie Smith might have been or should be a suspect in the murder, then to prohibit the state from saying, well, if Eddie Smith should be a suspect, and Mr. Murdaugh, who at the outset engaged in his form of problem solving by telling the state what this case was all about and the murder was all about, meaning the boat crash, then later engaging what appears to be a conspiracy along with the person that the defense seeks to insinuate to be or should have been a suspect. The state is entitled to explore that. The extent to which the state should be entitled to explore that, that's open for discussion today, but not based on the court's ruling yesterday. The court in the Hayward case did indicate that the court should be careful as the nature and extent to which these other matters should be allowed to go into, and I intend to do that. But the record is protected to the extent that Mr. Griffin went through YouTube and citing what his version of what he said yesterday, excluding the portion that's more relevant and important to the court's ruling. But the record speaks for itself on all of that, and the court's ruling stands as it was given on yesterday.
Your Honor, obviously we would accept your ruling, but there.
Okay, now we have a ruling, we have for the record, now we have an exception to the ruling, and another comment. Go ahead.
So what I'd like to discuss now is what the state will be allowed to submit in support of this position. Now, clearly there is a taped statement by Mr. Murdaugh from a detox facility in Atlanta, which was initiated by Mr. Griffin and I. So certainly there's no objection to that. I mean, there could be, but no real objection to that. Secondly,
no objection to the statement.
Well, no objection to the statement pursuant to and conditioned by our previous objection.
Yes, sir.
To, I want to make the record clear. We're objecting to any of this.
Oh, I understand. You've objected to everything throughout the trial. I understand.
Well, there's a couple of things we missed. We'd like to rehear some of those, but Your Honor, but then, and again, Mr. Waters and I discussed last night after your ruling, a way perhaps, I know this is shocking, to expedite this process. For instance, there is a statement made to EMS, the statement they're wanting to get to, which is, drive-by shooting, all those sorts of things, which he later on admitted in the telephone conversation statement that was taken, was not true. We get that. He didn't need to be Mirandized on the side of the road by EMS. However, there are two recorded statements taken at the Savannah Hospital by Agent Kelly after he is, and we've got the medical records here if you want to look at them, but clearly has suffered a wound to his head, a fractured skull.
Always suspect of that word clearly and clear. Everything is in controversy.
I don't think this is in controversy.
Tell me what's clear again.
Bullet wound to the head, fractured skull, brain bleed. That's not contested. The medical records indicate medication that he was under while he was at the hospital. We would think there'd have to be a Jackson v. Deno hearing on those interviews, just under the issue of, was he competent, a competency hearing. To do that, we would have to bring the physicians and the treating physicians from Savannah here to testify. And again, and I think Mr. Waters will concede, it was at 6, I emailed him and said, all good, what we talked about yesterday, and he came back a little while later and indicated that he'd like to put those in. Mr. Griffin and I, over a cup of coffee, said there's competency issues, and we informed him of that this morning. Nobody's playing gotcha here. So we don't believe those should come in without Your Honor being able to rule that he was competent, hear from the doctors, and I think we may have worked out a compromise on that. I just want to confirm that for the record. But what we have worked out is this. The statement that he would not have to bring the EMS people. There's a statement that they made. Agent Kelly can publish that statement without having them need to be here. There was a knife recovered at the scene. They don't have to Kelly can identify that. There was a, what else?
Your Honor, so what we talked about yesterday, just to kind of wrap this up, was again, my intent to do this in a very expedited and focused fashion, not get into every detail or litigate that entire matter. And I suggested to the defense, and they agreed yesterday, that I could have Agent Kelly, who's the lead investigator on the side of the road, come up and essentially, in a very abbreviated fashion, walk through the case without the need to call the 911 operator or the ambulance driver or the roadside deputy or the DNA analyst or the person who found the knife, and so forth and so on. And I plan to do that, again, in a very expedited fashion. I'm not talking about anything 3 hours or the like. We also discussed this morning that I do need to be able to relate to the jury, though, the defendant's claim, which I have argued to you is particularly relevant, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant on the side of the road, when in fact he knew exactly who it was. He had actually arranged for it. And so our discussion that I thought we had an agreement on, I think we still do, is that Agent Kelly, there was an interview in the hospital on 9/4 and one on 9/6, and that I would have Agent Kelly just summarize and reiterate the defendant's claim about what happened on the side of the road, as well as the fact that he worked with a sketch artist, and show that sketch picture, and then just move through it like that. And then we will play for the jury, which I think they just said they don't object to, or no additional objection, the telephone interview in which he ultimately admitted to law enforcement in the presence of his attorneys that it had been a lie.
Yes, sir.
That's the deal. But I feel a little more comfortable if we could just have, and I'm not trying to delay court, but this recording is 47 minutes long, 41, whatever, 40 plus. So many recordings, I'm confusing them, but 41 minutes long. Could we take, I mean, if you could just, by the way, I've agreed to allow him to leave unless I see something reprehensible going on, which for me is difficult to restrain myself from objecting, which would expedite it even more. But at 6:30 this morning, we were not in a position to discuss what Agent Kelly's, the sort of acceptable what happened at the hospital thing. I'd just like 5 or 10 minutes just to review that with him, and then I think we're on go. Although, just for the record, we're objecting to any of this. I don't want this kumbaya moment to be viewed as any waiver of our objections.
The only thing I just want to put on the record, again, is that in discussions with the defense counsel, moving expeditiously with Agent Kelly and without raising hearsay and that sort of thing and making us go through our paces has been a strategic decision that the defense has made.
Pursuant to the, I just want to make it clear, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I don't want any appellate court ever to look at this and say, well, you agreed to it. We're agreeing to this process pursuant to Your Honor's ruling this morning.
I have not reviewed any of the evidence that you all are now referencing. So to the extent that you all have an agreement on moving forward with this evidence, considering the objections, I'm fine with taking 5-10 minutes if that will expedite things. I deal with what you all disagree on, not what you agree on.
Yes, sir. We're going, if Your Honor, when you take this recess, we're going to take myself, Mr. Griffin, maybe even Mr. Barber, to, he seems busy, to a room where we can have some peace and quiet and have a discussion without being interrupted every 2 minutes.
All right. We'll be in recess then for hopefully about 10 minutes.
All right, remain in order. now be seated.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir, I believe we're ready to proceed. I know we still have Cross on that other witness. So the court knows, we do have Dr. Kinsey, who's our expert, who will go after that, so that we can go ahead and get him on the way. And then after that, we would move to Mr. Kelly, Special Agent Kelly, and I think we've had a discussion and have the same sheet of music so that there's at least no additional objection to the ones they've already raised.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, my goal here is to be as reasonable as possible.
Yes, sir. You may bring the jury. All right, good morning. Good morning. Day number 19. State's case, cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right. If you would, please, sir, be seated in that witness chair over there. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and try to talk in the mic as good as you can.
Dr. Kinsey, how you doing today?
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey. I'm fine, sir.
Good. Dr. Kinsey, let's talk a little bit about your career and who you are. First of all, just kind of introduce yourself to the jury a little bit and tell them where you grew up and where you went to school, and then we'll start to talk about your law enforcement career and your expert qualifications.
Yes, sir, happily. I grew up a long way from here in a little county called Orangeburg. I was there about 54 years, my whole life. Went away for college a couple times and came back. And I'm currently the Chief Deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office, and I'm also a professor of criminal justice at Claflin University, where I teach crime scene related classes.
All right, and pull that mic a little bit closer to you. Let's first of all, before we get to the professorship and what led to that, let's talk about your law enforcement career. So walk me back to the beginning, and if you could just kind of walk through the various stages of your career and the things that you did along the way that led you to become the Chief Deputy for Orangeburg.
Yes, sir. I began my law enforcement career approximately 30 years ago, and I've held many positions in those 30 years. But for the last 22 years, my concentration, other than administration, has been crime scene investigations and working violent crime scenes. I have ran the crime scene unit in Orangeburg for 6 or 7 years, and then I went on to SLED for approximately 4 years, and then I came back, and now I directly supervise the captain of investigations, and investigations includes the crime scene unit. So I'm still hands-on on crime scenes, either as a primary or a backup crime scene investigator, And as I mentioned earlier, I teach crime scene investigation and other criminal justice related courses. I received my bachelor's degree from Clemson University in 1991. My master's degree in science from Troy University in 2011, and my PhD from Walden University in 2019 with a concentration on use of force cases involving police officers. And my research is use of force and crime scene investigations.
So we could call you Dr. Kinsey, correct?
My grandmother told me it's what you answer to, but yes, sir, I'll answer to that, Kenny or Chief Kinsey.
And we could call you Professor Kinsey, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then we could call you Chief Kinsey as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the law enforcement. Then I want to talk a little bit more about the education. Now, you mentioned that you've done a lot of administration, and tell the jury just a little bit about what it is to be the chief, and just what that entails, and then we'll talk a little bit more about sort of the crime scene stuff, if you would.
Yes, sir. I answer directly to an elected sheriff. I'm the number 2 man at the sheriff's office, and I supervise approximately, when we're full, when every slot is full, I supervise over 127 people. 105 are certified law enforcement men and women, and that encompasses about 9 different divisions at the sheriff's office, including narcotics, special operations, criminal investigation, civil, courtroom, school resource officers. There's several groups in there, and our civilian employees.
Now, as you already testified, you don't just do the administration stuff as the number 2 man, but over your career you've also extensively done actual law enforcement work, processing homicide and other major crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have. I have boots on the ground, processed north of 800 death scenes. Not all of those are homicide. That also includes suicides, accidental deaths, and unexplained deaths. That is either as a primary investigator or as a secondary investigator in my career. And I still have a directive that I placed with my coworkers approximately 11 years ago. I still go to every death scene if possible.
And over that time, you said over 800 death scenes over the course of your career. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, you know, how many pieces of forensic evidence do you think you've processed over the years?
That would be hard to determine, multiple pieces for each scene, but part of my duties...
Homicides, then?
Yes, sir. Part of my duties when I was at SLED was to also process evidence that was submitted through the door. And what through the door means, these are items of evidence from other agencies that have worked their own crime scenes, and they send their items to SLED for an analysis. And that's in the thousands. I would have no way to give you a quantitative number.
In the thousands?
Yes, sir.
Is it also over the years, have you attended autopsies as part of your investigative work as it relates to death scenes?
That is correct. Every agency I have worked at had a mandate that you attend autopsies to collect evidence, do major case prints, GSR, and that kind of thing. And also to give the pathologist an idea of your interpretation of what happened.
And have you ever been asked to consult on death cases in jurisdictions throughout the state or even in other states?
Yes, sir, I have.
And describe that to the jury, please.
As a consultant, I work for, to be frank and honest, sometimes it's against law enforcement. Sometimes it's defending law enforcement, just depending on what I believe is wrong and right. And I have participated with private attorneys in the civil process doing both. And I've also been asked by colleagues and comrades across the country to review a piece of evidence if they may have needed a qualified examiner to technically or administratively review that piece of evidence or their findings.
All right. Before I come back to the specific crime scene training and experience that you have, I just want to go back again to your education. You went to Clemson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and started a law enforcement career not long after that?
That is correct.
And what year did you graduate Clemson?
I was on a 5-year plan. I graduated in 1991, and I started as a reserve deputy. The records are a little shaky because back then you worked until they had a certification class, but best I can guess was somewhere around 92, 93.
So 91 Clemson?
Yes, sir.
I was 92 Carolina. So. All right. Then you went on to Troy University at some point later in your career?
I did, yes, sir. I attended Troy's satellite campus, which is in Sumter, an actual brick and mortar school. And the purpose of Troy being placed in Sumter is because of Shaw Air Force Base. A lot of our men and women who protect our country use their GI Bills to further their education at such campuses. And I had to travel 3 nights, well, 1 night a week and 2 days a week for approximately a year and a half to complete that, pass proficiency.
All right. That competency exam, is that a pretty tough exam?
It's the second toughest thing I've ever done, yes, sir.
Is the pass rate pretty low on that thing first time?
It is very low. We probably had 30 people in our class, and I only know of 4 that passed the competency the first time.
Were you one of them?
Yes, sir.
And then you went on and got your doctorate, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
And that was a Walden University program there?
It was, yes, sir.
Did you have to do any residencies with that?
Mr. Waters, we'll stipulate to him as a qualified expert if we could just go ahead and move on. Thank you.
The state's entitled to explore the extent of his qualifications. That goes directly to the value of his opinion to the jury. I'll do it expeditiously, but I think we're entitled to do that.
Do you accept the stipulation or no?
I do accept the stipulation. I would like to very quickly finish up the qualification process so that the jury understands that.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is so qualified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So real quick, you did some residencies in your doctorate, is that correct?
I did 4 residencies in Atlanta, yes, sir.
All right. And ultimately did dissertation and all that comes with getting your doctorate relevant to criminal justice and criminology, is that correct?
I defended my prospectus and my dissertation, yes, sir, successfully.
All right. Now, let's get to the last thing I want to cover as far as your qualifications, but what specific areas of crime scene investigation and reconstruction have you had training and experience and previous qualifications in?
Yes, sir. I have been certified internationally by the International Association for Identification as a crime scene technician. That's a 5-year deal, and then 5 years as a crime scene investigator, where you have to do practical and written examinations, and you have to have statistics in your background, a certain number of each item to even be able to take the test. And that encompasses all of the different aspects of crime scene investigation. My training also encompasses footwear and tire tread examination, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, fingerprint examination, and fabric impression, but I haven't done a lot of the fabric impression.
All right. Have you ever been qualified in courts of record as an expert in crime scene examination and reconstruction?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 35, 36 times.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint examination?
I have, yes, sir.
How many times?
Maybe 20, 25. Sometimes, and let me explain why. Sometimes it's not individually. Sometimes you'll qualify for 2 or 3 of the different disciplines, and I didn't keep track of which time, was singular or which time was multiple qualifications.
All right. And then have you ever been qualified as an expert in footwear examination?
I have, sir, approximately 8 times.
And tire tread as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe that that's what I wanted to go through with your qualifications, which I believe you stipulate in those areas. Is that correct? All right. Let's move on. Did you have an opportunity to review, at the request of the state, the crime scene here as it relates to Maggie and Paul?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. And just very quickly, what are some of the types of things that you reviewed as part of your process?
When I do a reconstruction, I look at the available evidence as I feel it's pertinent to help me answer some questions. And the questions that or the things I wanted to accomplish from this reconstruction, you can determine sequence, you can determine movement. A lot of times you can determine the number of blows, or in the event of a hand-to-hand combat or a firearm was used, those kind of things. So I examined forensic reports that were issued by law enforcement laboratories. I also examined extensively photographs that were taken on the scene measurements, that kind of thing, and I also responded to the scene. It was rather close, and I took my own measurements.
When you say responded to the scene, when did you first get involved in this case?
The end of 2022, and I'm not talking about when the scene was actually going on. I went after the fact and did my own measurements.
All right. And when you were retained by the state in this case, were you told any particular goal, or were you told to just take a fresh look at it and offer your opinions?
I was told to look at all of the evidence and determine what I may be helpful on, and to use my own judgment objectively, independently, and come up with my own conclusions.
All right, let's talk about, if we can, and again, we're going to have to deal with some of, maybe not the images as much, but deal with some of the injuries that Maggie and Paul suffered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's, if you could, just remind the jury, what were the injuries that Paul suffered, please?
They were very, very severe firearms injuries. One was a shotgun wound to just a little anatomical left of the midline of the body. One was to the shoulder, and it proceeded into the jaw and ultimately into the head.
And was that the first injury or the second?
The first injury was the shotgun wound to the middle of the chest, and it was non-fatal.
All right.
At least not fatal immediately.
And then what about the second injury?
The second injury was immediate death.
And were you able, in reviewing the crime scene evidence, to come to any conclusions as to the order in which Paul suffered those gunshot wounds from the shooter?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, and please relate that to the jury.
My conclusion was that the first non-fatal wound to the midline of the body occurred as Paul was standing with his body canted in the middle of that dog food room, pointed slightly southwest, and the shot entered the midline of his chest, exited his underarm, entered his underarm on the actual arm, and exited the outside of his arm, and most of those 9 pellets proceeded through the back window of that dog food room.
Right, and then just real quick, you said 9 pellets. So explain that to the jury why you say 9 pellets.
That double-aught buckshot shot shell contains 9 pellets and I guess you'd describe it as a styrofoam packing to keep it tight so it doesn't shake. And when that cartridge is expelled out of the end of that barrel, the styrofoam packing dissipates or goes its own way, and those projectiles continue in the correct path.
And hold on for me real quick. I want to get a couple things marked. Can I have the Elmo, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 531, 532, and 533, and see if you recognize these particular images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell the jury just generally what these are, please.
These are views of the floor of the feed room and a view from the entrance to the feed room and some digitally placed legs that I placed in there to show Paul's approximate position in that feed room at the time of the shooting.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer for states 531, 532, and 533, I believe without objection. Yes, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
All right, I'm going to put 531 up on the screen here. Make sure we can see it all right. All right. All right, Dr. Kinsey, you were talking a little bit about Paul's positioning and his location when that first shot happened. And if you could tell the jury your conclusion as to where he was located when that shot was fired. And then if you want to step down, and if you could maybe point out what was added to this image to kind of reflect your conclusion in that regard.
Thank you.
And there's a dowel stick right behind you if you want to use that.
Okay, as you see here, those are the digital legs that I placed there showing Paul's approximate position as he was standing when he had the first gunshot wound. Here along the floor, what you see are passive or 90-degree blood droplets. And when blood, you can tell a lot from the direction of blood by the way it strikes an object. Blood has a cohesive factor. It's viscous, and you probably heard that term before with the motor oil for your car. It's thicker than water. And the thing that causes that blood droplet to change shape is the friction and the direction and how much force was used. Well, a 90-degree drop just is exactly that. It's perpendicular to the ground. So these 90-degree drops right here tell me that Paul was standing there for a moment. Can't tell you how long, but those drops were running down from that wound on his arm, more than likely his arm, because his chest area had a shirt on it, and it takes a little while for that blood to make it through the shirt, but it'll run down the outside of your arm and drip off your fingers. And you can see these 90-degree droplets here, here, and then they actually lead to the door. You can follow the path to the door. He's not moving very fast because most of them are almost perfectly circular or 90 degrees. Had he been moving real fast, you could see some directionality in him. A tail, because the tail always tells you the direction with a blood drop. So I know he was moving slowly, and I know he was standing in the middle of this room for some time after the first shotgun wound.
All right, and approximately how far was Paul inside the feed room? Can you describe a little bit about the dimensions of the feed room and your conclusion as to how far within the room Paul was when he was struck by that first blast?
Yes, sir. Well, the feed room is 10 foot deep by my own calculations and by looking at the other sketches. And where you see his feet here is just on the other side of the halfway point. So I went, I'm guessing because I have no way of running a tape measure, because when I went there, everything was moved. But this door is 36 inches, and it's approximately 1.5 feet, 2 foot past the door. So that's how I come up with that determination. And he's just on the other side of the midpoint of that 10-foot room.
Which is about how far from the doorway?
5 foot.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 534, states 534, and see if you recognize that.
I do, yes, sir.
All right, and tell the jury what that is real quick.
That is a general view from outside the feed room that was taken at the time the crime scene was originally processed. And I added a digital enhanced arrow showing the reader or the viewer the direction of the shot path.
All right, this time I offer states 534 and
Okay.
All right, I'm going to put 534 up on the screen, and if you would, just show that arrow that you're talking about that's been added to this image.
Yes, sir. Right here.
All right, and then as well, just show generally where those blood spots are. It's not the best image in the world, but where those blood spots are that led to your conclusion about Paul's location within the feed room when the first blast struck him.
The placard hasn't been moved, although it's hard to see the droplets, and of course I didn't add the legs to this. But just on the other side of that placard, and then you have here a quantity of 90-degree blood droplets with a partial footwear impression in it. And then you can follow the blood droplets to the door.
Going back to states 531, again, point out to the jury, if you would, the sort of the digitally added feet that you had added. All right. And if we would, if you could, just if that's the feed room doorway, can you just sort of position me, in your opinion, how Paul was standing when that first blast happened?
That's the doorway coming in?
Yes.
About right here.
All right. And Let me ask you this. In your review of the evidence and the available crime scene evidence that you've reviewed, in your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's arms were raised when he suffered that first blast to the chest?
I see no possible way his arms were up when he suffered that first shotgun wound.
And can you explain the basis for your conclusion to the jury in that regard?
Yes, sir, I can. The shot pellets, real close because they stayed together. They went in as one, as a unit, and then they did what a shot pellet does. They separated once they struck the skin and made entry, run along inside his body cavity and exited his underarm. If his arms would have been up, he would have had no entry wounds on the bottom of his arm and then more exit wounds on the outside. He had over 20 entry and exit wounds, and he's only got 9 pellets. So the only way the math works out is if his arm was down. And additionally, the wad stopped and was under his arm. Had his arms been up, in my opinion, that wad would have went on and exited his body, because it's only plastic. It doesn't take as much resistance to stop that wad as it does a shot pellet. And the wad stopped. It was right. You could grab it with your fingers if you would have been medical personnel and needed to. It was right there.
All right. And let me ask you this. Do you have a lot of general experience with firearms?
I do. I'm a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns, patrol rifles, subguns, and fully automatic patrol rifles. Everything but precision rifle.
All right. And when you say an instructor, where is that?
I'm certified and I have credentials through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've also been certified as an NRA law enforcement instructor, and I currently have a CWP endorsement to teach concealed weapon permits from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And you testified how many buckshot are typically in your average buckshot show?
According to the literature and according to my experience, there are 9 in that particular buckshot.
Did you see any evidence, I think you've already mentioned this, but did you see any evidence from the crime scene as to what happened to some of those pellets as Paul was struck as they continued on?
Yes, sir, I did. They exited on through the back window.
All right, and I'm going to show what's already been admitted as 532 and put that up on the screen. And if you could describe to the jury what you're talking about in that regard, please.
This is that window at the back of the feed room, and you can see the shot shell pellet defects here as they went through the window and continued on their path.
Those kind of big holes, are those consistent though with buckshot pellets striking that?
Yes, sir, they are, and some are bigger than others because it's just the makeup of glass. I mean, sometimes you'll get one individual hole, and sometimes it'll take out, a large portion. So I have no way to know that.
All right. And just real quick, I've got 533. I'm going to put that up on the screen. And again, is that just a close-up of where Paul was standing about 5 feet or so inside that feed room?
It is, yes, sir.
Based on your review of the blood evidence that you saw?
Yes, sir. And here are the partial footwear impressions. And here you can see the 90-degree blood droplets and some other biological materials.
All right. And in your conclusion, what's the most likely explanation for those 90-degree blood drops? So how is that physically happening?
It's the arm wound. Even though it was non-fatal, there's less restriction from clothing or anything else on the arm. Here you've got the t-shirt that's got to completely saturate before it gets to the bottom and drops, but here on the arm you got nothing. So once those pellets exited, entered, and exited again, that blood's free running down his arm, and then they'll drip off the ends of your fingers.
One thing I want to ask you about is you've testified as to your conclusions as to the position of Paul when that first shot struck him. Is there anything about the entrance wound itself that supports your conclusion as to the shape of the entrance wound?
Yes, it's oblong instead of completely round, and had he been standing facing that door and took that double aught buckshot to the middle of the chest, I've seen it dozens and dozens of times. Instead of coming out this side, a shot shell or a projectile doesn't make a 90-degree right. Generally, it's going to follow the same path unless it hits something hard enough to make it ricochet. It would have went on through his body. It still would have exited the window. It just wouldn't have done the damage to his arm and his underarm. So he had to be canted in this direction. And the wound is not perfectly circular. It's more oblong, which tells you that he was canted to some degree.
All right. In your review of the crime scene evidence, did you come to any conclusion about the location of the shooter when that first buckshot blast struck Paul in his chest?
It would be hard to say exact, but I can say to a bare minimum the breech of the shotgun, because I don't have the shotgun. I don't know the length of the barrel, that kind of thing, or I could run it from the door. But the breech of the shotgun, where it ejects the shot shell casing after it fires, was somewhere inside the door, because had it been on the other side of the door, the shot shell would have been located outside. So depending on the length of the shotgun, at least I can say the ejection port was inside the door of the shed.
All right. And then the shooter, I have this image up here, which I apologize, states 534. And can you kind of illustrate what you're talking about to the jury using that image?
Yes, sir. The breech, the ejection port, where you load and unload that shotgun, which is a little less than midpoint from the shooter, was inside this door frame, at least to some degree inside.
Right. And where were the expended shot shells found on this crime scene?
According to the photographs and the original crime scene, behind this door.
And is that consistent with your review of the evidence? Does that support your review of the evidence that you just, that conclusion you just related to the jury?
Very easily. This is, if you look, this room is kind of cluttered, and I measured that door myself. It had been pressure washed, but the same door, found the same shot shell pellet defects in that door. 1.5 inches at the bottom of the door, that's plenty of room for a shot shell to bounce and roll under the door. So I have no reason to believe it didn't end up there because of the location of the shooting.
All right. Let me get a couple other things marked. You can kind of head back to your home base, and let me just get these marked real quick. Dr. Kinsey, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535, 536, 537, and 538 state's exhibits, and see if you generally recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and generally explain to the jury what these images are, and then we'll talk about them specifically.
Those are images at the door that I've added some visual enhancements to help the reader understand the flight path of the second shot and the different elements that I looked at in determining where the shooter was for the second or the fatal shot to Paul.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 535, 536, 537, and 538 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Admit it.
All right, let's look first at 535, and before we get to that, generally describe again to the jury your conclusion as to that second injury suffered by Paul, the fatal shot as you've described it.
Well, the first thing is, once Paul received that second shot, he never walked again. He never made any movement. Any movement he made was involuntary, and it was due to gravity, pulling his body down to the ground. When you sustain an injury to your brain like that, that ceases all movement. So he was found outside the feed door. He fell over forward after sustaining that movement. Some wounds are fatal later. You can actually see someone that receives a fatal wound, and I've seen them run 100 yards. They can move for a little while. This is not that type of wound. Once he received this wound, it ceased all movement.
And did you, I'm going to put attachment, stage 535 up on the screen. And tell the jury what this particular image reflects, please.
Yes, sir. If you can look at the green funnel that I've added just visually, if you look at that green funnel, that is approximately the shot shell path, the shot path from the shot shell after it did the injuries to Paul, or the direction of the shot from the shot shell. And I determined that by shot shell pellet defects that are still in the door, even though the door had been cleaned. I went and looked at it myself, run my own measurements, took the width of the door. I took Paul's approximate height. It's listed as several different things. DMV shows him at 5'6". The pathologist listed him, I believe, at 5'9", so I had to split the difference. I went somewhere in the middle. Then I deducted the distance between the top of your head and the top of your shoulder, so I took another foot off. Then I took the width of the door, and it was one other thing I looked at, and that was a void pattern that's on the door frame of the door. A void pattern is caused by something being there when the blood and biological materials are let, we call it a bloodletting from the wound, and there's a void pattern, which tells me something was in that way, and because of the narrow door, in my opinion, it was Paul. So that's what caused that void pattern on that door. So I used all of that, and I used a dowel rod, and I used a protractor on the doorknob side of that door frame, and I ran it up, and that's what helped me establish the angle of that shot pattern.
All right, and we're going to use the images to kind of talk about that a little bit more specifically, but quickly I want to show you 539 and 540 and see if you recognize these images.
Yes, sir, I do. 540 is my photograph when I visited the scene. And 539 is also my photograph, and it shows that top hinge of that door is approximately 72 inches at the top of the hinge.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'd move into evidence, I believe, without objection, stage 539 and 540.
No objection.
Admit it. All right, let's, if you could, I'm going to ask you to step down again. I know I just sent you back there, but come on down. I'm going to put 539 up on the screen, and if you could, tell me what this image reflects, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. These are 36-inch standard yellow yardsticks. We use them to measure certain things, and it right here is the top of the top hinge. It's a 3-hinge door, and this is the top of the hinge, and then 4 inches above this are where those shot pellet defects were that I used to figure out my angle.
All right, and looking at 540, who took this particular image?
I took this image.
So this would have been long after the actual event occurred, is that correct?
This was last December. Yes, sir.
All right, and tell the jury what this image reflects.
You can still see the pellet defects in the door, and this is the approximate center of it here. So that's 4 inches above 72. That's approximately 76 inches on an 80-inch door.
I'm going to show you states 536 and explain to the jury what this is, and in particular how that's relevant to your conclusion about the angle in which Paul suffered the fatal head wound.
This is the original crime scene pictures, and this is where the pellets took their path. This is where they struck and did damage to the door, and you can actually still see the dents that are documented in my photograph. You can see them in the original crime scene. This is the concentration of blood that's caused by the brain exiting Paul's body in the path of the shot shells. And then you also have biological material, hair and blood, here at the top of the door frame. And that's where I drew my conclusion. At some time those body parts made contact with these sections of the door. And my opinion is that it hit here, and then landed on the sidewalk.
Looking at states 537, can you explain what the jury's seeing in this image and how it relates to your opinion about the manner in which Paul suffered that fatal wound?
I can. With a major bloodletting, especially.
Dr. Kinsey, let me ask you to, I'm going to move this podium and ask you to step back just a hair so that the jurors over here can see what you're saying.
Yes, sir. With a shotgun wound, you know, you've got not hundreds, you've got over 100 pellets that are making damage. It's not like a projectile, a single projectile from a pistol or a rifle. So there's mass damage, and it throws body fluids and blood in several different directions, but they follow the path. When I mentioned that it was a void pattern, this is the last blood drop. You can see it in the photograph that I can see, and it's approximately 5 foot right there. And this is not green tape. That is a digital effect I put on the photograph to show the void I was talking about. So at some time, it's my opinion that Paul was up against that door or real close to that door to keep that blood from striking the door at the point in time that he was shot.
All right, and the green tape reflects that blood pad or that void area that is consistent with Paul blocking that area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Digital tape. It's not really tape.
All right. Well,
yes, sir.
So that's been added to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To illustrate your opinion. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then 538. I'm going to show you this image, and again, if you can point out what's been added and how this relates to the conclusion that you're offering to the jury.
Yes, sir. One thing that I looked at to determine that it happened in the doorway and a little bit outside the doorway, more outside than inside, you don't just look for the presence of biological material in blood, you look for the absence of biological material in blood. Here at the top, it didn't have a scale or a ruler, so I can't tell you exactly, but looking at some of these other objects, I was able to scale it approximately 4 inches. Up here, you have a void. So I know that it happened, the second wound happened far enough outside of that door frame that the actual frame kept the biological material from hitting at the very top, right here. I also looked at these items. You got some medication, canine medication, or some cleaning materials and that kind of thing up here. You can see all the spatter at the front of those containers. And then we got what I call a demarcation line right here, and I drew it through most of these cans. And that separates the blood contaminated area and the clean area. So that tells me that it was at least forward of the angle on those containers. And that's why I believe he was shot. The second wound happened just outside the door frame, but his feet were probably still in the door frame.
All right, and just quickly point to the jury, can we see part of the door frame in this particular image?
You can, yes, sir, right here.
All right. And going back now to states 535, and just for the record, we were just looking at states 538 and 537. Going back to states 535, did you reach a conclusion as to the location of the shooter on that second fatal shot that Paul suffered to his head?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
The shooter was right here. If you're facing that door, to the right of the doorway, outside.
And would you have expected there to be, in that particular range, any sort of biological evidence in that area in proximity to the shooter?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would the door frame have potentially blocked any of that as well?
It would block some, and just depending on the positioning, how much of the body of the shooter was exposed. Because, you know, once you have that kind of catastrophic injury, it's real fine blood particles and biological fluids that go in all directions. And the closer the shooter was to the muzzle, to the exit end of that firearm, the more stuff you would expect.
And Let me ask you this. In your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's fatal head injury came from the top in a contact fashion or a close fashion?
No, sir. I see no possible way for that.
And explain your conclusion in that regard to the jury, please. What factors weigh against that in your expert opinion?
Well, number one, I don't know of a way to mimic this blood evidence on this door, that pattern where that shot traveled through Paul's shoulder, into his jaw, into his brain, and then took a path up and placed the biological material here at the top of the door. If he was shot in the head, then you'd have biological material out here on the ground, or at least going down, you know, on the sidewalk in front of him. And it would be different than just free pouring blood. You would see this pattern, and you would see those high velocity blood droplets there on the ground. And plus the shooter would have to be on the roof to shoot down into him, but you wouldn't have this on the door.
In your expert opinion, did you see any support or evidence in this crime scene that could support that the injuries suffered by Paul were in any manner a suicide or self-inflicted?
I don't see the possibility, knowing that it's not a contact shotgun wound, and I'm fairly strong, and I'm bigger than Paul was, and I don't know of any way you could hold that shotgun out and shoot yourself in that direction at that angle and put that biological material on top of that door like that. I don't think it's possible.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, I hate to keep sending you back and forth, but I'm going to send you back one more time. Now, let me ask you this. Excuse me. The second wound, the fatal wound that Paul suffered to his head, was that buckshot or was that birdshot?
The second wound was birdshot.
All right, and can you describe to the jury the difference between the composition of a buckshot round as it relates to the pellets and a birdshot round?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, please do that.
With buckshot, you've got a number of larger pellets, approximately 30, 36 caliber pellets, and you've got fewer of them. They're made for bringing down larger game. So in the typical double-aught buckshot, you're going to have 9 pellets. In your typical number 2, and it's called many things, you know, the typical person calls it birdshot, chill shot, steel shot, coated shot. I've heard it called many things, so I just typically call it birdshot. But in this particular shot, there's approximately 150 to 156 pellets in that dry lock shot shell. So that's the difference. With the buckshot, you've got fewer and they're larger, and with the birdshot, you've got many and they're greater. They're for bringing down winged animals, squirrels, rabbits, dove, quail, turkey, duck. I mean, just depending on the number shot, that's what that's for.
All right, and about how many approximately birdshot might be in an average shotgun shell?
The literature says that it's 156 in a dry lock. I cut one open and I only counted 150, but that may have been human error.
Around 150?
Yes, sir.
In your expert opinion, when you have birdshot, is there a forensic value to collecting every single pellet, or can you explain those concepts to the jury when you're dealing with birdshot?
I always try to collect enough that the firearms examiner can weigh it, and he can have a good representative sample of what was used to cause this injury. With a projectile or a bullet, you have what's called lands and grooves, markings, rifling. Some people call it rifling, and it's caused from that projectile spinning as it goes down the barrel. You don't have that in a shotgun. And a pellet is so small that you probably couldn't find it if you could have it in a shotgun. So in my opinion, there's no forensic value as long as you have enough to determine what type of shot or what type of shell and the weight of it.
In your opinion, and you've talked about this, but was the shooter, when that fatal shot was fired, inside or outside of that door frame?
The second shot?
The second shot?
Yes, sir. It was outside the door frame.
All right. And where was that second shot shell located?
It was also located under the door.
All right. And is that still consistent with your opinion?
Absolutely.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned earlier, the ejection port on a shotgun typically, now there are left-handed shotguns, but typically the majority of shotguns, the ejection port is on the right side. So as long as that shooter had it at an angle and had that ejection port pointed toward the door, even just the least little bit, that would give plenty of opportunity for that shot shell to be ejected and go inside that door.
All right. I know I just sent you back. I'm going to bring you back down. I'm sorry. Before we move on from Paul, I would, and if you could just use me as a mannequin, but can you sort of describe to me your conclusions about the positioning of Paul when he suffered that fatal head wound, and just how the trajectory of that wound and that shot as you've described and as supported by the evidence as you see it?
Can I describe it and demonstrate?
Yes,
Step
please.
back so the jurors can see me. The second wound, as I mentioned, went in his arm and caused an injury here, a large entrance, and then of course exit here. So it had to be, typically with the kind of non-fatal wound Paul suffered to his chest and his arm, it's my belief that now his 5'8" frame is dipping or favoring that arm, because as you know, that's over 20-something entrances and exits. I believe it would have hurt him. I believe he would have been in pain, and I believe he would have been somewhat affected. And the reason I believe that is because I've got the 90-degree blood drops moving really, really slow. If he wasn't feeling it, or if it hadn't affected him in some way, I believe his youthfulness would have allowed him to get out of there faster. But he's moving real slow to the door. So that's going to drop that angle just a couple inches, and I can demonstrate.
All right. And if we can make sure that juror can see.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right.
That wound went in approximately right here. It traveled in, and out in a straight line. In a straight line. Shot always goes in a straight line.
And then when you're pressing the dowel stick there, you're showing the trajectory of the wound, not implying that was a contact wound. Is that
No,
correct?
sir, I'm not. I'm not implying it's contact. I'm just showing the level of the wound.
All right. While I'm thinking about it, the wound to Paul's chest, did it show evidence of stippling?
It did. Yes, sir.
All right. And just very quickly, what is stippling?
Commonly referred to as tattooing. It's particles and material that's in that shell that don't burn up because it's superheated at the time that the powder charge ignites. It doesn't explode. It ignites and burns rapidly. And that's unburnt particles of powder and other contents of that shell. They're hot, and when they hit the body, they cause stippling, or in the old days they called it tattooing. And that's basically what it is. It works as an ink.
Looking at this particular image, Paul's about 5 feet in the feed room when he suffers the first wound, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then he moves towards the door, is that correct?
That is correct.
And suffers the second wound somewhere near the door frame on the inside of it.
Yes,
correct?
sir, with his shoulder just outside that door frame.
And when he suffers that second wound, what happens to Paul?
He falls immediately.
And where does he fall?
He falls outside the feed room.
All right. Let's move on now, and let's talk a little bit, if we can, about the injuries to Maggie Murdaugh. And if you could, start out by reminding the jury of the injuries that she suffered, and then let's talk about your conclusions as to the manner and the order in which those were suffered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you could just remind us again of those injuries, and if you could go ahead and describe them in the order that your expert opinion they were suffered.
Yes, sir. Miss Maggie Murdaugh suffered 3 non-fatal injuries from a firearm. One was through her wrist. One was her left upper thigh above the knee. One was at her abdomen here, and it exited somewhere around her kidneys. Now, I'm not that kind of doctor. I can't tell you all the damage it did inside, all those organs and things, but it ran a straight line through her body. This one on her left leg and this one on her midsection were approximately the same angle, and they were really, really close in distance. One had stippling that said that it was a foot closer than the other, but that would probably fit. This was either a total separate non-fatal wound, or it could have been a continuation of one of the two fatal wounds. Her fatal wounds were, she had an abrasion or a burn on the left side of her abdomen from the outside in. That bullet followed a straight path. It entered the end of her breast and did extensive damage to the end of her breast, entered her left jaw, side of her face area, and went into her brain. That's the first fatal injury. And it was immediate, and she dropped right where she was at. I saw no evidence that her body had been manipulated, moved, or rolled over. The second fatal injury was down into her head, and it actually did what in the day they call a keyhole injury just from appearances. The entrance and exit in the top of her head were so close it made one big injury, and then it entered into her upper shoulders and went down into her body. That would have also been a fatal wound, but it was second. In my opinion, that one came second.
All right, let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. Those first two wounds that you described, you believe those are the first two wounds she suffered?
Yes, sir, and possibly three. I can't tell you much about this because the arm could have been moving or it could have been here.
All right, well, let's talk about the thigh wound and the abdomen wound. Did you have any conclusions about the location of the shooter as those two wounds were suffered?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
A little bit more, right there.
All right.
Left leg out a little bit. About here and here. Here and here.
And in your opinion, were those two shots fired in fairly quick succession or around the same time?
I think it would have been really, really difficult to get a similar angle if they weren't. All the shooter had to do is raise the weapon or lower the weapon, and you're still on the same plane.
And did those wounds to the abdomen and to the thigh reflect the presence of stippling?
They did.
And what does that indicate to you about the distance between Maggie and the shooter when those wounds were suffered?
I guess 4 or 5 feet.
Okay. Fairly close?
Yes, sir.
All right. And after those two wounds were suffered, and again, we'll put aside the wrist wound for a bit, what would have happened after that in your expert opinion?
In my opinion, at bare minimum, she would have been over. She would have been in pain. I believe sometime in close proximity, she fell to the ground, and that's when the first fatal wound was delivered.
Would she have been prone on the ground or still somewhat raised above the ground or in a bent over position when that first fatal wound was suffered?
In my opinion, from the angle, she would have been on her knees and had at least one hand on the ground.
Those first two shots, well, let me ask you this. There were obviously 6 shell cases of 300 blackout that were used to murder Maggie Murdaugh found at the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Explain to the jury, what conclusions, if any, can you draw about the location of those shell cases, if anything? Explain that to the jury a little bit.
Once again, just like with the shotgun, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think there are many left-handed AR platforms. So generally speaking, the ejection port's going to be on the right side. I own 7. Some of them throw it, the shell casing a little bit forward, some throw it a little bit back, some throw it perfect 90 degrees to the ejection port. If they were always uniform where they come out, if you go target practice, you could place a bucket there and all your shell casings would drop in the bucket. You wouldn't have to bend over and pick up your shell cases. Unfortunately, that's not the real world. So I don't put a lot into that unless I have the actual weapon, and we can test the weapon with the same ammunition, and you can generally get an idea where that shell casing is going to go. So no, sir, I don't pay a lot of attention to it, and I definitely don't think the sequence of from one end to the other or from this end to this end means that's necessarily the movement of the shooter.
Gotcha. All right. You said that when she suffered that first fatal wound, in your opinion, I mean, she would have bent over and perhaps been on her hands and knees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to get down on my hands and knees, and if you could come around here and kind of show me where the trajectory of that wound would have gone, the first wound that was fatal for Maggie Murdaugh. I guess you can come behind me.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Right there. The shooter was right here, approximately right here.
All right. And show us the trajectory as it went through Maggie into her brain.
Yes. It burnt or grazed her stomach outside to inside, went through the end of her breast, into her jaw, and then into her brain.
Okay. And what would have been the effect on her once that shot was suffered?
She would have immediately fell down with the front of her body.
All right.
And that is the position her arms were in the original crime scene photograph.
And while I'm down here so I don't have to get up again, tell me about the fatal shot and the positioning of the shooter as the evidence indicates to you.
The second shot was not as close, but it still wasn't a long distance. It was approximately here into the crown of the head.
And use the dowel stick to show that injury that Maggie suffered.
In, out, in that line.
Okay. Thank you. We need to go to the dry cleaner after this. All right. The first shot, the first fatal shot, that would have immediately been fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The second shot also would have been fatal had she still been living, but in your opinion, she was not at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, she may have had a sign of life, but there was no movement. She was not capable of any movement at that time.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat for me. Of course, as soon as I say that to you, I'm sure probably going to have to get back up. Let me talk about something else real quick before we come back to this. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 541 and see if you recognize this document. I'll bring it back to you. Good, hold on.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell the jury generally what this document is, please.
That is a comparison and presentation that I put together over an unidentified impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would move States 541 into evidence under seal.
Objection.
Submitted without objection.
If we could make sure the monitors are secured, please. All right, I'm gonna, are all the monitors secured? We're good? All right. I'm gonna put States 541 up on the screen. I'm sorry? I think we're good. I got thumbs up for Court TV, correct? All right. Moving 541 and putting it up on the screen. If you could tell me, first of all, what do we see here before we get to your analysis on this particular issue?
This is a general photograph of an impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. And do we also see a wound on this picture?
You can see the exit wound from that thigh wound that I described earlier.
All right. And what, if anything, did you notice about or conclude from the sort of the blood pattern on the back of her thigh there?
She stood a little while. I can't tell you how much time, just like with Paul, but she was standing after she suffered that thigh wound because the blood is running down the leg and gravity always pulls it to the earth.
All right. And then, you know, I sent you back there. I'm going to just bring you back on down. I'm sorry about that. I'll bring the stick. If you would, and again, make sure you're out of the way of the jurors. Was there any sort of mark or any sort of mud mark on the back of her leg?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, and point that out to the jury, please.
Right here, an unknown impression on her leg.
Okay. And did you engage in an analysis of that particular impression?
I did, yes, sir.
All right, you just stay there. I think it's probably easier than sending you back. I'm going to move to the next slide. And just tell me what this is, if you would, please.
That is the same impression, unknown impression. I've just cropped everything out so you can concentrate on the actual impression.
All right. Moving on to the third page of this exhibit. What is this?
This is a side-by-side all-terrain vehicle that was in close proximity to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, where her final spot where they located her, and this is in close proximity to where she was located.
All right, stand by for me real quick. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State 70 and State 71. And can you tell me what these images reflect?
That is that Polaris ATV side-by-side that I mentioned.
All right, and generally remind the jury where this was located.
Miss Murdaugh was laying face down. That was to her left, underneath a overhang or a I don't know what you call it, a shed that was attached to that airplane hangar. A lean-to, that's the word I was trying to think of.
All right. And do you see any indication of any biological material in the crime scene images that were taken of that Polaris?
That was my first indicator. That's what made me concentrate on a specific tire. Yes, sir.
Right. And let me see how washed out that is, if I can maybe fix it. And can you point out an example of what you're talking about on that image?
Yes, sir, I can.
And I can bring you the original image if that's better.
Right here, we've got some kind of biological material, and I'll tell you the reason I believe that to be so. Like I said, blood has a viscosity or a cohesive factor to it. That's why a blood drop stays together. You know, if you throw a drop of water on a tire, what's going to happen? It's going to run down. But here, and actually here on the front of that four-wheeler, in my opinion, that's some type of biological material.
All right. I'm going to do one other thing. Let me slide by you real quick. All right, looking now at defense 29. Again, if you could, just, this is the feed room right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And just, if you could, just point to the general location of this ATV and where it was located in the crime scene.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll get back here. Right here in this area.
All right, and that would be, again, on this is not to scale, but that would be at least on this diagram where Maggie was, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's our approximate location.
All right. All right. Looking at going back to this particular slide and your analysis of this tire, if you would explain a little bit about what you see here and what an examiner looks at in looking at sort of this particular tire as it relates to your analysis.
Yes, sir. What we look at it as footwear and tire tread or tire track examiners, we look at the actual tread pattern and design of that tire or that shoe. And there are a couple different conclusions you can come up with. We compare known and unknown. It's not like you see on TV where you take a picture of a shoe and feed it into a computer. Some people have footwear databases, but it still has to be examined by a human. There's no magic machine. If it is, I've never seen it. What we look at the dimensions of the tread pattern. We look at the shape, the sole, the outsole design, the tread design, the measurements, and we try to find class characteristics. That's shape, size, sometimes depth, or the physical properties included in that pattern. And then to make a complete identification, that's a class characteristic. That's saying there's an association, either this shoe or this tire could have made this unknown impression, or another one just like it could have made this unknown impression. So that's a class or an association. Then you've got an identification. That's where you say, to the exclusion of all others, this shoe or this tire made this print. Now, to make an actual complete identification to the exclusion of all others, you've either got to have what's called a random unique characteristic. A thumbtack in the bottom of someone's shoe, bubble gum, damage to the tread pattern on that tire. You know, you hit something and it cut a tread pattern. So that's pretty difficult unless you have the actual tire, the actual shoe, and then you take it and compare it to the unknown. And what you'll do is take that tire and three-dimensional comparisons are always better than two-dimensional. Two-dimensional is a photograph. You can't tell depth. If you have the actual cast of that footprint or that tire, now you've got three-dimensional. You've got the width, the length, and the depth. So it's a little bit better to have a three-dimensional to compare with, but you can do a lot with the two-dimensional. If you can get it scaled to the size, you can associate it with another thing. You're looking for them unique random characteristics. They call them accidentals. It's something that happens by accident, just because of the way you walk, the way you drive, what you might hit. And that's what you look at when you do a tire or footwear impression analysis.
I'm going to move on now to the next page in your exhibit, and tell the jury what these two images are, please.
Yes, sir. This is the unknown impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf, and this is the photograph of the known front driver's side tire of that side-by-side.
All right, and when you were starting to compare these two, did you have to make any account for the relationship of Maggie's thigh and this ATV tire?
I did.
Now explain that to the jury, please.
Just like if you're driving in your car and an ambulance comes up behind you and you look in the rear view mirror, you can read ambulance. But if you look at the front of that ambulance, it's written backwards because you're looking through a mirror. Well, with a shoe, a tire, or Miss Maggie Murdaugh's leg, you can't see through her leg. You can't see through the tire. So you have to flip one of them or the other. So flipping the tire, in my opinion, because it has some characteristics on it that I wanted the reader to be able to look at, I chose to flip the impression on her leg to do the comparison. Because unless you do footwear and tire tread examinations, you're not going to be able to look at something in reverse and find those points.
So this is the original orientation, is that correct?
It is, yes, sir.
And then flipping over to your next slide, that's where you've reversed the image, is that correct?
Same photograph. I just pulled it over. In the old days with 35 millimeter film, and I'm from the old days, we just flipped the negative. That's all you had to do. It's a little bit more complicated in the digital world, but not that hard to do. But this is a direct representation. It's just in reverse.
All right. Continuing on as we go through Your analysis, what does this reflect?
This is just a side-by-side so you could understand the orientation. Here, 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 and here. Those are the two treads that we're talking about now.
All right.
And by the way, those on the tire are the only treads at that level on her calf that I believe needed to be examined.
All right, and again, these are just additional images illustrating what you were focusing on in your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this one right here?
Yes, sir. That's a side-by-side view once again, with all the background cut out of it.
All right, and then the final one, is this, explain this to the jury and how this supports your opinion.
This is my actual comparison, and we use a process called ACE-V, where you analyze, compare, evaluate, and verify. It's a peer-reviewed process. I never go by just my results. I always have another competent examiner with like experience and like skills look at my work, because if you're going to make a mistake, that's where the mistake's found. You don't want to put a conclusion out for something important and you miss that. And that is a very important process in the examination world, that you use peer-reviewed process. You have someone else look at it. And so what I do, so that person and the jury in the court, Your Honor, so that person can look at these details, I've got a markup here showing some unique random characteristics that I've used, but I also put the actual impression there so you can make your own decision. I didn't want to look like I was being deceptive and put enhancements in there and point things. You can look at it and make your own conclusion, but I wanted to put it right next to mine so you know I'm being straight here, or you can make your own opinion.
All right, very quickly, is it your expert opinion that this mark on the back of Maggie's leg is a tire impression and not anything else?
That is a tire tread impression. That is my opinion.
All right, now I see you have a number of arrows here that have different colors, and so I'd like to move through those and you explain what you're pointing to with those arrows in this image, okay?
Absolutely.
Let's start with the baby blue one and tell the jury what that indicates to you.
Now you're going to have to tell me, because I can't tell shade from up here.
All right.
Okay, the top one.
Yep.
Yes, sir. All right, here you've got your unknown impression. You see down there? Here you got your unknown impression. And what I pointed here is at the start of that impression, and it's in mud, by the way. It's in mud, and so it's really, really fragile, but it's still here. You got an unknown impression, and here's approximately where it starts in the unknown, and here is where it starts in the known. And you can look at both, the marked up one and the actual impression itself.
All right.
And it's here.
All right, and then moving on to this one right here, kind of we got a purple one, and then kind of that
Yes, sir, I see it.
whatever that one is. But explain
sir.
to the jury what you're seeing there and how that supports your conclusion.
Right here is the other side of that tread. And this tread is this tread is this tread. Those two are the same. And right here, you can see it come up, and it actually makes a complete corner there. Comes up, and it curves out just a little bit there.
All right, and is that consistent with the sort of unique shape of that top tire?
Yes, sir, it is. Right here, and then it comes up. Now, it's exaggerated a little bit in the drawing, but that's the best I could do with a stylist trying to get it there.
And are those very distinct patterns that you see in the mud that match up with that particular tire?
Yes, sir. Not so much the corner there, but these in here are. You can see a unique random characteristic here, and all that is a void pattern in the mud. You can also see it here. I mean, almost perfect. You can see one here where the yellow area is. You can see it here. It's right there.
All right, you're kind of doing a little mountain or a little hump, and expand on that with the jury. Why is that why is that significant to you?
Because that's not in the process of making the tire. That's because whoever drove that side by side last hit some dirt or some mud, and that is a pattern that's left in mud on the tire. And in my opinion, it transferred to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's calf.
All right, and show the jury where you're talking about the little hump on
Yes,
this
sir.
image right here, if you could show it.
It's marked with a yellow arrow, and here it is. right here, and I've marked it there, but you can look at the one that's not marked, and you can also see it here.
All right, talking about this bottom impression, we've got a white arrow to that line right there. Explain that to the jury and what's significant in your analysis about that.
I marked that because unless you examine, unless you got really, really good eyesight, you might not even pick up on that. But here you've only got a partial line. The whole line didn't show through in the transfer of the mud or dirt or debris. And I kept myself honest. I only highlighted the length of that, but you can also see it here and here. You can see that side of that tread, that tire tread.
All right. And moving on now to the this green one right here, and kind of green to the baby blue to that blue, just kind of going around there. If you could explain that to the jury and its significance, if any, to your analysis.
It's just a continuation, and there's a little break in there, but they're still the same angles, same lines, and they match up, and that's just because the dirt didn't transfer completely. But you got plenty of skeletonized line here to show the outline of that tread here, here, and here, and that's here, here, and here.
In your opinion, that's a tire impression, is that correct?
That is a tire impression, that's my opinion.
And in your opinion, based on these very significant mirror images and accidentals and that sort of thing, is that most likely that specific tire tread that's on the back of
It
Maggie's
is
car?
most likely that tire. If it's not that tire, it's a similar tire with the same tread design.
And that particular tire was in close proximity to where Maggie was found, correct?
In close proximity.
Looking at how you had Maggie in that first shot, I think you had me kind of angled a little bit like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if she was angled that way near that front tire, would she be facing towards the feed room?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are those two shots that were suffered in the abdomen and the thigh, are those consistent with the shooter coming from the direction of the feed room? Basically?
Certainly could be. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have a seat for me if you would. I'm sure I'll have you back up. All right. Additionally, with this particular tire tread impression on the back of Maggie's calf, is that consistent with her running into it or backing up into it with her calf hitting that tire as it was parked there?
Weeding, this is my first weeding objection on this, but I object, weeding.
I'll replace your honor. All right. Let me ask you this. With this particular tire impression and what you see on Maggie's calf, is there a reasonable explanation as to how that impression got on her calf?
At some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf made contact with the inside of that front driver's side tire, or one just like it, and I saw no evidence that she was run over. So she had to make contact at some point in time.
Gotcha. All right. Hold on for me 1 second. I've just got a few more matters. Be careful, this one will be under seal, so can we secure the monitors, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542 and see if you recognize this image.
I do.
All right, and just generally tell the jury what that is.
It's a cell phone sitting up on the back right-hand side pocket of the victim, Paul Murdaugh.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move Stage 542 into evidence under seal.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
All right, are the monitors secured? I'm going to put this image up on the screen. All right, and again, is this your understanding of how Paul's phone was found at the crime scene?
It is.
All right. And did you make any assessment or analysis of whether or not Paul's phone could have popped out and be found in that position?
I did.
All right, and can you relate that to the jury, please?
It's my opinion that his phone was placed there by someone else.
All right, and tell the jury your basis for that conclusion, please.
Well, after I mentioned the fatality, the fatal shot, at that point in time you have no movement, even involuntary movement, and there's no way Paul could have retrieved that phone from his pocket and placed it on top the back of his pants.
And in your opinion, if he had been carrying that in his hand, could it have landed in that fashion following the fatal shot he suffered to his head?
Mathematically, you could have made it happen, but I don't believe it's possible. I believe the phone would have fell to the ground and it wouldn't have fell behind him up in the air and landed on him.
A couple other things. You've testified about your experience in crime scene and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any forensic value in a residence belonging to certain family members in doing any sort of DNA swabs of the bathroom sink or the shower drain or anything like that?
If it's an unknown person, maybe, but not if someone lives there. I see very little forensic value in that.
And why is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
Because we as humans, we swap, we lose biological material every day. We brush our teeth, or we should. We brush our teeth and we shampoo and we wash, and there's commonly blood and other bodily fluids in our drains, in our tub drains, and generally everywhere except in the toilet bowl.
Generally.
Generally, yes, sir, under black light.
You've talked about your experience and your certifications with firearms. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own yourself any AR-style platform rifles?
I have 7 complete rifles, and I also own a couple strip lowers that I'm just holding for a rainy day.
Gotcha. And what are those chambered in?
223-556.
In the AR platform, is that the most common chambering for an AR platform?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Do you personally own a 300 Blackout?
I do not, but I have trained and shot a 300 Blackout.
And why do you have 223 instead of 300 Blackout?
The cartridges were a little bit more difficult. Well, they were a lot more difficult to find during COVID, and they are a lot more expensive than 223 and 556.
300 Blackout pretty loud?
I think they're all loud, yes, sir. I have to wear hearing protection around my rifles.
300 Blackout louder than a shotgun?
Absolutely. I don't wear hearing protection when I hunt. I'm an avid hunter, but I have to wear hearing protection with my rifle.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. You may bring the jury. Yes.
Dr. Kinsey, I just have a few more questions on direct examination. Did you see any evidence or anything that would reflect a struggle between Paul and the shooter?
I did not.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Typically, if when you observe defensive wounds, what's called defensive wounds, you would see signs of a struggle. I saw none on Miss Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh in any of the autopsy or crime scene photos.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Please, Your Honor. Yes, sir. So do I call you doctor or deputy or chief or what?
I haven't been a deputy in about 25 years, Mr. Harpootlian, but I'll answer to whatever you call me, sir.
You may regret that. So, you've been, when did you start in law enforcement?
Around 93.
Okay. And you were in Orangeburg?
Yes, sir.
You know, back then, I was a solicitor in the Fifth Circuit. I was the prosecutor there. Do you remember that?
I've testified for you a couple times, Mr. Harpootlian.
I thought you looked familiar. So you actually were my witness a couple times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know that we're going to have much dispute today, but I'm going to try to understand a couple things, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So let's understand the wound to Paul, the two wounds to Paul. And as I understand it, you were saying that he was standing how far back when he got shot to strike that? For his bloody footprints to be there, those footprints had to be made after he had the shot in the chest, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And so how far back in the room were those footprints?
The footprints are approximately, because I have no way, once everything was pressure washed and cleaned out, but looking at the actual crime scene photographs and then taking my own measurements, the placard, the yellow placard that's in the photographs, is approximately at 5 foot. And he was on the other side of, so he was occupying that 6 foot area.
And there were no scales in any of those pictures, were there?
There were not, no, sir.
Let me just talk about this generally before we get to that. You teach a course on crime scene processing?
Yes, sir.
You teach a course on how one should photograph a crime scene.
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to try to oversimplify this. There's basically 2 or 3 things that you want on any crime scene photo. The first is a scale, correct?
Well, there's 3 types of photos. One of those includes a scale. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, obviously you don't have a scale. It's a long shot out, like from outside the feed room in. But for something like bloody footprints, you would want a scale.
I would. Yes, sir.
And you want multiple lighting sources so that it's well lit.
Well, if you operate the camera correctly, you have your light source.
Okay.
And that's why you do it from 90 degrees over perpendicular to the footprint, because you can hit all the angles and then choose the best exposure that takes those shadows out.
So if you do 90, do you recommend taking more than one shot?
Yes, sir, typically.
I mean, at different perspectives of the same item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you recommend multiple shots, including one, gotta have 190 degree.
If for comparison evidence, you do. Yes,
Right.
sir.
And in the sense of the shoes, the shoe prints you think you saw, they were definitely Paul's shoes. You did that comparison.
Just like with the tire tread, they share class characteristics with Paul's shoes.
And were
Yes, sir.
those shoes facing towards the front or the back of the feet?
When they were made, it appears they were going toward the door.
Right.
But it would be hard for me to tell you without some kind of mark on that pavement to be able to orient them.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Say that
Without a
again.
mark on the pavement or some type of landmark, it would be hard for me to orient them from the photograph.
Okay. And again, if you'd had a scale or multiple pictures of that one shot, I mean, of straight down and multiple pictures, you could have done a little bit more in terms of that, could you not?
An examiner possibly could have, yes, sir.
And the trail of blood leads towards the front door, right?
It does.
And how long was that trail?
Well, if he was in the 6 foot and you got 4 past him, at least 5 foot from where he starts dripping blood, then he steps in it, and then he makes his way to the door.
So you think he was a foot and a half inside the door when he got shot with the second shot?
Well, his feet were inside the door, but his shoulder and his head was slightly outside the door.
Leaning forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first shot, as I understand it, hit his shoulder.
The second shot is the one that hit the shoulder.
No. I'm talking about, let's talk about
The fatal one.
the fatal one.
Yes, sir.
It hits his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
So based on, and you met with Dr. Reamer, the pathologist,
I did.
and she showed you her photos. Y'all talk about her photos?
I offered to go over the photos with Dr. Reamer, and she told me that she had limited crime scene experience, and that I'd have to determine that she looked at the wounds and she makes her determinations, and that wasn't really her forte.
Okay, so, but she said shot in the shoulder. I'm talking about the fatal shot.
The path, yes, sir.
Into the neck, out the top of the head.
That is correct.
Okay, so, and how, you said you had some difficulty in determining Paul's height.
Well, the DMV record, the printout showed 5'6", and the autopsy information showed 5'9", and I know a young man like that will hit a growth spurt. That's not my area, so.
But would you consider Dr. Reamer's measurement probably more accurate than what he told the DMV?
Or he could have grown since he registered with the DMV. Yes, sir.
So why wouldn't we just use 5'9"?
So,
I mean, is that fair?
well, but then he's got damage to the top of his head, so I asked myself, how could Dr. Reamer get it exactly right when the top portion of his head's gone? So I had to guesstimate, and I figured the best way to do it is split the two.
And the two were, so you had him at what height?
DMV showed 5'6" on the printout, and Dr. Reamer showed 5'9", so I figured somewhere around 5'7.5" to 5'8".
So 5'7.5".
And then you take the foot from there to the actual wound.
Right, I guess, so where the wound occurs, the initial, I guess it's his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
How high was that?
That was approximately 4'7".
4'7".
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, just give me a second here. We're going to do a touched a protractor in 50 years. I've done it twice this week. So let's do, if you'd step down here for just a minute, please. Oh, you walk around with one?
Yes, sir.
Really sad. Okay, really, really sad. So why don't you take this for me, and I'm going to hold this. I'll hold the bottom and put a dot on here at 4, wherever the shoulder, the height of the shoulder. Okay, I'm going to take it straight. Want to hook it down there? Okay, and we can. Okay, let me just get it up here to 4. Let me do this. I think you can do this with one of these. 4 foot, 5, 6. 4 foot. We're saying 4'7"?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how to lock that? There you go. Okay, so that's 4'7", right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go straight up. Okay, and that would have been the height of the window.
That's the height, approximate height of the shoulder, depending on how far he's dipping.
You think it's lower?
Could be, yes, sir. Like I said, when you've got a wound to that side, I would expect him to be favoring that shoulder.
Okay, so what's your opinion of how? I mean, you're the professional. I'm just holding it.
Well, looking at the defects on this side of the door,
Yeah.
and it's several of them there, even though they've been pressure washed, if I run a string back in the area of 4'7", somewhere in the middle, gave me a 135-degree angle. That's give or take 5 or 6 degrees.
And that's what Dr. Reamer said in her report, 135 degrees.
I don't know if she said that in her report.
Okay, let me find it for you.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how you can undo that. Thanks. Give me 2 seconds and let me find her.
But that's not absolute. Like I said, a lot of variables could change that a couple of degrees one way or the
A
other.
couple of degrees, one way or the other. Okay, here we go. Make sure I tab the right. There we go. So. What's in here? Well, while I'm looking for this, was there any evidence of stippling, soot, powder, burn, anything? Is soot the same thing as a powder burn?
Soot is a byproduct, yes, sir.
Okay. Around the
But
shoulder.
soot can wipe off. The
Right.
powder burn, the stippling, doesn't easily wipe off. It's actually tattooed.
And that would indicate a pretty close shot.
Yes,
right?
sir, it would.
And you would agree, Dr. Reamer said there was no evidence of any of that, any stippling, anything to indicate it was a close-in shot.
That is accurate.
And she testified, I don't know if you saw her, did you see her
A
testimony?
little bit of it.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
she testified that the muzzle of the gun, the weapon, the shotgun, would have had to have been at least 3 feet away, perhaps 4, but at least 3 feet away. Is that consistent with your experience?
I don't know if that's consistent with my experience. I'm not trying to disagree with the pathologist, but I don't see how the angle would work out unless it was a pretty short shotgun. I don't see that angle working out 3 feet away. It maybe have been within 3 foot.
Well, how far away was it? There was no. I mean, at what point?
Well, at the angle, the bullet defects would have been here at 76 inches.
Right.
So you've got quite a difference there. If I could get that dowel. You want to swap places with me?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that 135-degree comment by her, but
To make that axis,
yes,
at 3 foot, we're here.
right.
At 2 foot, we're here, so I believe it would be more in line with 2 foot, but I'm not contradicting a pathologist.
Okay. I know it's in here. Give me 2 seconds. I thought I had it marked. Give me 1 more second here. Well, so, assume that you said, and you relied on Dr. Reamer's 135-degree shot. Let's follow that down.
Now, Mr. Harpootlian, I reviewed her stuff, but I went and measured my own angle on that door now. I didn't rely on her angle.
Well, but she actually, you're going based on where those pellets were.
Yes, sir.
And she would be going on measurements on the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And she's actually looking at the wound.
Yes, sir.
And she would have maybe a more accurate angle because she knows, she sees what the wound is.
She knows the angle to him,
Right.
but she can't relate that to the defect at the scene.
But do you think it's, I mean, 135 degrees is basically a 45-degree angle, correct?
Not quite, but yes, sir, close. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it's 45 degrees off of that dot.
I did my measurement from a little bit lower on the door frame. I took my protractor and placed it on the door frame, inside the door frame, like so.
So you don't think it's that tall, you think it's down?
Well, that's where his shoulder's at, but,
Right.
but the angle of the gun, depending on the length of the barrel,
Right.
it would have to be here, because it's not a contact wound, so it
Right.
would have to be down a little bit, but the angle doesn't change, just the distance changes.
Right, right. So, but, sorry, standing between. So, but if you come off of this 45 degrees, for the sake of argument.
Okay, for the
That-
sake of argument.
Okay. That would show you the angle of whatever hit his shoulder, correct?
As long as the angle stays the same, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the angle's not.
I've got it on 135, by the way.
But 135 would be, wouldn't it be 45 degrees off of straight up and down? So don't you have to take it over this way?
Well, you've got 90 in the middle. It depends on where your axis is. You've got 90 in the middle. This is 180. All the way around is 360. So here we've got 135 off of the door.
Going that way. Can you make it go this way for me?
I don't quite understand it.
I want the line not going this way. I want to be able to draw it out this way.
You just flip it
There you go.
and you go above it.
Okay, would you do me a favor? And let me get a ruler for you. Can I have that long ruler, please? And let's take it, just, I'll hold it. Like that. If you'll just get that. Okay. And so, and again, it could be somewhat lower if you turn.
If you dip, yes, sir.
But so
And that would change the angle. That's why I said approximately 135. It could change it a little bit.
how much?
A few degrees. You know, as well, if you figure if this is 135 and if he's 2 inches lower, that would, you know, take probably 5 degrees off.
So that would be 130?
Maybe. If you sit it up there, we'll measure it. I can tell you for sure.
So, okay, what do you want me to do?
You hold the protractor up. There you go.
Except we gotta go this way, no?
You had it. You had it. There you go.
But the line's gonna go that way.
Which way do you want to go?
I want to
flip it. Flip it. There you
Okay,
go.
there we go. See what, that's why you're the
No. I got a feeling you're fooling with me, Mr. Harpoon.
You got that feeling?
I got that feeling.
Okay. So that's 135.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to make it?
Well, I'm not measuring it this way. I mean, you tell me what you want me to make it, because I measured it this angle.
Yeah, but this is just the flip side of that. Remember how you're talking about the negative?
All right, put it back.
Okay. Which way you want it? This? That?
There you
Okay,
go.
that's 135. What do you want to make it?
Tell you what, John. So you can read.
Oh, wow. There you go.
All right, so if it was, let's say this end was down a little bit, that would make it what? Now you're on the bottom half now, so that changes it. Now we're at 40.
Yeah, it was 45.
Right,
Now
yeah.
it's 40.
Right.
See, I went to Clemson too.
Yeah.
And so, this is sad. So if you make it 40 instead of 45 degrees, what is it?
Here.
Okay, so. Okay, you want to draw that in? And the red pen right on the.
Sorry about pushing in the eye now, it's not intentional.
Okay. So those are basically, what you're saying is those are the two possible paths and there may be one in the middle.
It could be, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, and you believe that the shooter was how far away from him with that shotgun?
I think 3 foot is a stretch without having some damage to the door frame.
Right.
Because them shot pellets immediately when they leave the barrel of that gun, at 3 foot, that shot pellet's going to spread 1 inch. There's no damage to the outside of that door frame.
Why would there be?
Why would there be what?
If it's spread how far? 1 inch?
If Paul's shoulder is barely breaching that door frame, and that's what the blood evidence tells me.
Right.
If you are further back, them shot pellets are going to do what they're supposed to do. They're going to open up, and there's no shot damage to that door frame.
Okay. So, here we go. You recognize it?
Yes, sir, from photograph.
And it's a Benelli shotgun, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so,
I prefer to put on gloves if I'm going to touch that evidence. I have some. I have some.
What do you think here? Okay, would you take that shotgun and, unlike these boys back here, I don't mind if you point it in my direction. Okay? So if you take that, the muzzle of that gun and follow the line down, please.
Yes, sir.
And let me turn this just a little bit so this mirror back here can see. Okay. Follow this down. Either one of those down. So that would be the position the shooter had?
That's the angle.
The
I mean,
angle.
I'm on the opposite side, you know, of where the shot came from, and I don't know the length of the barrel, but that would be the angle.
If I'm Paul, and I'm standing in the door, why is that the opposite side? Bent down a little bit. I don't understand what you mean by the opposite side.
The shot came from over here. It didn't come from...
Well, this is a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional, but I'm trying to figure out just the angle from the muzzle.
All right, if you're coming out of the door,
Right.
and you got damage to your right shoulder.
Right, there you go.
Instead of
Same-
the left shoulder.
same-
All right, turn this way.
Okay.
And that is the door frame,
Right,
was here.
right. But, and that distance there is how far from the barrel to
2.5 to 3 foot.
That's not true, just to be. So actually, that is,
I'm going to your shoulder now.
okay.
You gotta turn, you gotta turn.
I gotta turn.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
turn.
So that is about 24 inches.
Well, you step closer, but yes, sir, about 24 inches.
Again, we both went to Clemson. Okay, so this is getting complicated. So what you're saying is whoever shot him was holding the shotgun that low?
Really low, yes, sir. Not from the shoulder, from some position other than the shoulder.
Why? Wouldn't it be easier just to go boom, right in the head?
Sir, I can't figure out why people do what they do.
No, but I guess,
That's how it
okay,
works.
so the person with the shotgun has just shot him in the chest, and he would have been turned to the left, and that would have gone through, under his armpit, out the window.
Right.
Okay, and then he shuffles over to the right of that position,
Toward the door.
towards the door.
Yes, sir.
And then whoever has just shot him, you would agree with me, the first shot was inside the, the shooter would have been inside the feed room for shot number one.
At least to here. If this is the door frame,
Right,
the ejection port of that shotgun was in at least this far.
and how far back was he in the room when he got shot?
Paul?
Yeah,
Just on the other side of the 5-foot mark.
okay, so how far was it be from that 5-foot mark to the door frame?
5 foot.
Yeah, no, but, I mean, how far would the barrel have been if that was just inside?
Well, it depends on the length of the shotgun.
Assume that's Benelli, whatever the
Well,
name.
if this represents 5 foot,
Right,
and I've got the ejection port inside the door, what, 2 foot? I mean, you don't know the ruler, but 2 foot maybe?
there's consistency. Okay, so I'm gonna move this way so it's even with me. I said candy dish. Thank you. So, this is 5 feet, right?
I don't know what's on that end, but this is the door. It'd be easy to measure it like that.
This is actually 6 feet.
So if it's-
No, that's 5 feet, no, 5 feet, I'm
For demonstrative purposes, if it's this gun,
Right.
and that breach is inside, so
Right.
that's what? How far are you? I can't see.
sorry.
that.
I'm at 5 feet.
Okay, and step just a little bit behind 5 foot, because
Okay.
he's occupying that next foot. There you
Okay.
go. So
Okay.
how far is that?
This is 5 feet.
Okay.
This is a little bit back from
Yes, sir.
5 feet.
Now can't your body?
This way or
Yes, sir.
This way, okay. What do you mean? Turn my feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
A little bit more.
okay,
Right there.
okay. Now, and you're shooting me in the chest,
Yes, sir.
and the distance between that barrel and my chest is, well, that's 29, 30 inches, would you agree? 30 inches? 30 inches, that's what this says to me, 30 inches.
Yeah, with this shotgun.
Okay, right. And so I would get, I mean, just a minute ago, we said at 36 inches, or you said maybe it was closer. I mean, is this consistent with stippling?
Yes, sir. Within
Okay.
5 foot. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when we had it before, and you were shooting up at me, it was about the same distance, maybe six more inches between the barrel and me, right? And there's no stippling.
Okay.
Okay, you're the expert. What does that mean?
Well, he also has, I don't know, I can't answer that.
Could it be, well, I mean, on that first shot, we know, you say that he was, you say he was the whatever you call it, thing ejects, what's it called?
The ejection port.
There you go. The ejection port had to be inside the room
Yes, sir.
for,
Well, the second shot, now all it had to be is pointed toward the room.
why?
Because it's going to eject to the right, so if this is the door frame and I've got the ejection port pointed toward the room, it's going to eject into the room. The
You would
first shot, because it was straight on, had to be at least past the door frame.
Right. But the second shot, if the ejection port was
Pointed toward the room.
pointed towards the
I could
room,
be this far away from the door, the second shot, and the ejection port would still throw it that direction.
So doesn't that change the calculation here on how far away that gun was? Because the ejection port on this, is that it down there? Where is it? There it is right there. The ejection port is, who you disagree with me, about 28 inches from the barrel.
On that shotgun? Yes, sir.
Well, assume this week a possible shotgun, although it doesn't match up with the ejected marks on the shells found in the cathedral. But there's some theory that this would be about the same shotgun. So you would agree with me that the shooter would have been, how about show me again how low they would have been holding this?
Other side, but here.
Down.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long the arms are. There's a lot of variables there, but, you know, it could have been here. It could have been here. I mean, I can't tell you the mechanics of it. All I can look at is the angle.
And that angle, you would agree with me, is an unusual angle. Typically, people shoot a shotgun from their shoulder.
Typically, unless you and I are both occupying nearly the same space,
Wouldn't there be stippling or powder burns or some?
I can't explain that.
Well, okay, so you can explain it. I'll take that answer.
Yes, sir.
But it would be inconsistent for them to be that close, wouldn't it?
Well, you figure if Paul made it to the door, whoever fired the first shot could have retreated or could have backed up, better word for it, could have backed up or even was taking cover to see what was going to happen. And then I believe the angle would fit or could fit that two persons could be that close to that door frame.
Hand me the weapon again, please. Might want to step that way. Well, you're blocking the jerk.
Oh.
That's better. So we both agree that the first shot is square into his chest.
Well, I can't say square, but it's directly on. Yes, sir.
Okay, which is at shoulder height. Boom.
Well, it could have been shoulder height. It could have been like I was holding it just now. No. Before. I mean,
I'm sorry,
it could have
like
been.
you,
It could have been here.
Okay.
Could have been here. I mean, I can't tell you the
But he's holding,
mechanics.
whoever's shooting him in the chest is holding it
Parallel to the ground or
parallel to the
near
ground.
parallel.
To the ground.
Yes, sir.
And we know it wasn't down here.
I don't believe so. No, sir. Not the path of the bullets going out the back window.
Okay.
The pellets, not bullets.
So either at his shoulder or just under his shoulder. Now, a shotgun has a pretty good kick to it, doesn't it? Buckshot?
Yes, sir. Pretty decent.
So I guess what I don't understand, and you have no explanation for it, is why the second shot would be like this. I mean, we agree the normal height person would have to crouch to make that shot. Correct?
I don't know where they wanted the end of that barrel placed, Mr. Harpoon. I can't tell you that part with my science. I can't. All I can look at is the angle.
Which is about like this.
Well, it's here, but in reverse.
Which is about like this, correct? The barrel would have to be, okay, like that. But you would agree with me, I'm bent over to do that.
You are. Yes, sir.
So the shooter was a very short person?
But here, I'm not bent over that far, and I'm almost 6 foot. I mean,
What, I don't understand. You go ahead and take a stand. I don't understand what circumstance would cause a person to, you might want to move that one a little bit, to do this or this, and then immediately do this or do this to put that second shot in.
Objection, asked and answered.
You said what you're going to understand. The question is,
The question is
for the witness.
that your position is that the first shot was like this, and the second shot would have been like, if I'm standing up straight like this, not a very good aim, or crouched down, if it's a normal sized person, right?
the first angle was almost parallel with the ground.
Right.
The second angle was somewhere between somewhere around 135 degrees from the door frame. That's
I can't tell you the psychology of any more, any less.
Okay,
That's
so what height was the entrance wound on that chest?
on the chest.
Yeah.
Approximately 4'3" or 4'4", I believe, according to the
4'3".
yeah 4'3", 4'4".
Because that would have been below the shoulder wound, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be, let me see how that works for me. Maybe this will help us. Two, 3, 4, 4 foot. You think 4'3"?
I'm fairly certain. Yes, sir.
Did you trust me? That's 4'3".
I believe. Yes.
Okay, and I'm about 5'10" on a good day. So that would be about right for me, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that first shot, if it was on that person's shoulder, if they put it on their shoulder, they would have been approximately, was there any way to figure out?
I don't know a scientific way, Mr. Harpootlian, unless you had a tripod that you could hold the gun and shoot it many times, the actual gun, and measure it. I don't know the scientific. If it is one, it's way out of my purview. I look at the angles, and I look at the damage, and I develop my angles. That's what I do.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm done with the gun. You can have a seat.
Can I take the gloves off, or we could do this again?
Objection, ask the man.
I think we're done with the gun, but I got to tell you, that's not being. I'll put it on. So, and I don't think I need this anymore, Mr. Barber. I'm sorry. Were you able to find what I wanted? Where is it? Okay, so let me go a couple other places with you. You were hired on, were you hired on December 22nd?
I think it was in November when I first got to review the evidence, and I think I was hired in October. I can't tell you the actual date on my retainer, but it was several weeks after that before I ever got access to evidence.
Okay, so you read a crime scene reconstruction done by a guy named Bevel from Oklahoma, did you not?
I did refer to, I did read that, yes, sir, but I did not depend on that to make my determinations.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
For purposes
I did
of,
review that, yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember when he generated his report?
I don't, Mr. Harpootlian.
Would it surprise you if he generated it in 2022, early? Several months before you even asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were their second choice?
I don't know if I was their second choice. I was a choice.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand the date of Mr. Bevel's report. So he issued a report in March of 2022, and you were not asked to get involved until October of 2022.
I had a phone call early, shortly after. I don't even remember who I talked with, but someone called me shortly after the homicides and asked me if I would mind taking a look at stuff, and I said I'm always available to help if I can.
Okay. Now, the other things that you looked at, let me just make sure we understand what you looked at. You had a David Green recording of June 7th, 2021. You remember looking at that?
Body camera, yes, sir.
Right. And in that body camera interview, when they talk to Mr. Murdaugh, he indicates the phone had fallen out of Paul's pocket when he tried to check his pulse, and he put it on It didn't explode out of anywhere. He put it on, that picture that you introduced just a moment ago, he put it on his rear end, correct?
It may have said that in the body
Okay.
cam.
So there was no exploding out of any pocket, right?
I don't believe it did, and that's what I said. Someone other than Paul put it there.
Okay. Now, you had a SLED crime scene investigator summary. Was that by Agent Worley?
I read several SLED reports, but Agent Worley's report was one of them. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you digested everything in that report that was relevant to your inquiry?
I read those reports just so I have the knowledge of it, but what I can work out on my own, even if it contradicts their results, I like to make my own.
For instance,
conclusion.
she had very distinct measurements on shell casing location, right?
Yes, sir, I believe they
And
did.
you relied on that, certainly, in looking at shell casing placement.
When you say shell casing, are you
I'm talking
about?
where the Blackout 300 shell casings were.
I looked at the path. I did not look at the measurement per se because, like I said, the shooter moving, the victim moving, not having the rifle and be able to say exactly where it throws that shell casing, I don't get too involved with that. I'll look at the general path where they're at, but as far as so many feet, so many inches, I don't pay a lot of attention to that.
And I'm not asking you that, but it would show you the path of the shooter, would it not?
Well, like I said earlier in my testimony, it could or it may not. You can't look and say a shooter started here and ended here because he might have went from here to here and back to here.
Well,
So
let me rephrase that. Not necessarily the path, but at least you would know generally where the shooter was during, if you look at the coagulation of all those shots. For instance, what we see, if you remember correctly, is a number of these shell casings. There's one sort of back on the gravel road, and then all of the rest of them are located in a fairly small area on the grass, and then there's one under her, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And that would show you, at least generally, I mean, the one under her had to have been a shot that was fired while she was upright and fell on it, correct?
I would agree with that assessment.
Okay. But it'd give you some general idea where the shooter was. General idea. Not
General
that-
idea, somewhere within 5 foot, 5 or 6 foot, knowing what I know about those rifles, it's not going to throw it 20 foot or 30 foot. It's going to be confined to that area, and all I can do is probably put a general perimeter within, a couple yards at the most from Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Did you look at the autopsy report?
I did, yes, sir.
And the autopsy report, Dr. Reamer indicated the angle of the shot, we've talked this to death, was 135 degrees.
I really wasn't aware of that, but I look at the photos more than the report part.
Okay, hold on one second here. Let me see if I have it. Let me ask them to find something. Your Honor, pardon. Let me ask you what else you looked at, and you list a bunch of things here. You looked at lab photos of victims' clothing, trace reports, DNA, CS. What's CS photos? Evidence processing. What's CS mean?
Crime scene. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you looked at the crime scene photos. There were 449 of those, or at least the ones that were relevant to your look, what you were looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
And a number of interviews with people, right?
I had access to it. I may have looked at some of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Does the wound on Paul's shoulder indicate to you how far the shooter was? I mean, what was the spread at that point?
Your typical full choke on a shotgun, and it depends. Once again, it depends on the choke.
Right.
At 3 foot, it's going to spread 1 inch.
Okay. Well,
With an improved choke, at 3 foot, it's going to spread 1.75 inches. So I don't know the.
you looked at the autopsy photos, right?
I did, yes, sir.
was the wound on his shoulder bigger than 1 or 1.75?
It's a massive wound. I mean, it's massive, but a lot of that can be taken into the angle too, Mr. Harpootlian.
Did you look at the x-rays?
I did, yes, sir.
And there's a whole bunch of pellets in his shoulder.
Along the path, yes, sir.
Along the path. Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't it indicate that the spread of those pellets is significantly more than 1 inch or 2 inches? Like, I think we determined it was about a 6-inch spread.
Well, I don't think with the angle it would be possible for someone to be 12 yards away and shooting up that direction. So obviously that's got something to do with the close proximity and the way those number 2s work.
So, do you have an explanation for why the spread would have been that big based on what we just did? I don't want to pull the shotgun out.
I'm not a firearms examiner, Mr. Harpootlian. I'm just familiar with how they work.
And so your position is that spread is not inconsistent with what you've testified?
I do not believe so. I have had people shoot themselves in front of me, and I have worked a number of crime scenes where I've seen the same damage.
Okay. So, okay, here we go. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. This is your report.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask you, did you say Paul's height of 5'8" and the sharp angle upwards, approximately 135 degrees, I knew I'd find it, support that Paul's left side was dipping slightly, head slightly forward as he was standing or exiting the feed room at the time of the second shot?
I think that's what I testified to, yes, sir, and that's still my findings.
Okay, I just want to make sure this 135 degree thing I didn't imagine. That's what you said, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was hoping you didn't say I copied someone else, but yes, sir, that's my measurements.
Okay, so you also said the length of the shotgun would be needed to a reasonable degree of certainty, but it's unlikely the shooter was standing with a shouldered weapon at the time of the second discharge. We've already established that, correct?
Yes, sir.
They would have been crouched or holding it down in some awkward position,
yes, sir,
rather than having it up to their shoulder. Also, let me see if I can finish this. You don't have, you do, in your opinion, IQ 7. It is my opinion that the exact position of the shooter cannot be determined in relation to Margaret, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the most accurate information available to narrow down the position of the shooter's position is the physical location, position of the deceased, bullet path of known wounds, stippling, or lack of physical damage caused by those wounds? So you came across no data that would allow you to determine trajectory with any degree of certainty as to Maggie?
No, because the victim and the shooter could possibly have been moving. So it's no way, to my knowledge, scientifically, to prove either one.
Okay, and I guess that wasn't my question. My question was, you saw no data in the material you looked at that would allow you to do that?
Other than the pathologist measuring the angle of her stomach wound and her thigh wound, and they were very similar angle, that's about all I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian.
Okay. And let me deal with a couple of issues. Let's go to the what you testified to about the impression on her leg, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this again, was there a photo taken of either her leg or the tire that you're talking about that would have been what you would expect if you were trying to make a comparison? That is a 90-degree shot of it, either one.
And no, sir, and that's why I explained that I can't call this to the exclusion of all others. If I was going to make an absolute identification, I would require a scale photograph.
Right, and there's no scale in either one of those.
No, sir, but I got it close, but still not close enough for me to call. I used the scale at autopsy the pathologist used on the back of Miss Margaret Murdaugh's leg, and I went and did research on the tire, and I actually know the type of tire. And the only problem is it comes in a 9, a 10, and an 11-inch front tire. So I have no way to scale that without the actual tire.
So you're not telling this jury that it's your opinion that that tire caused that impression on the back of her leg?
What I'm telling the jury is that is a class. They share the same class. It's called an association. And in my opinion, either that tire or a tire just like it caused that impression.
Well, let me ask you this: by the time it got to the autopsy, her leg, whatever mud was on there was washed off, right? There was no, in those autopsy photos, all you see is a bruise, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so the only evidence you have is that there was some mud stuck on the back of her leg, with those specific details, right?
It's an impression in mud, yes, sir.
Okay, when you looked at the tire pictures, was there any mud on them?
There are, specifically those treads, and like I pointed out earlier, you can actually see unique random characteristics. In a perfect world, if I would have had a scale myself, I would have called that all day, and my technically reviewer would have called it all day also, but I'm not allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that because you may be close, but you can't say with definity that tread caused that defect on the
What I
back.
can say is that, in my opinion, that impression was created by that tire or a tire with similar characteristics.
Did you look at any black and white images of that what you call a tire impression or mark on the back of her leg?
I did. I made it black and white, yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay. We can go round and round about how sure you are, but I'm not going to do that. Let me ask you sort of not closing, I have a couple more shots, but a couple more questions. We'll strike that. Let me check one thing with my folks over here, and I'm probably done.
Can I stand for a moment, please? Your Honor, thank you.
Somebody stand. How about that? Okay. And you read that?
Yes, sir. Just real quick. Couple things real quick. You were contacted by SLED to do a review of this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And were you told any particular conclusions to come to, or did you do a fresh review and then arrive at your own conclusions of your own independent judgment?
Every conclusion I came to was in spite of any pre-existing conclusions. I made my own conclusions.
You were asked a little bit about the tire mark impression, and were you relying on the crime scene photographs of Maggie Murdaugh at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And did you see mud, which is the impression that you examined?
It is. Yes, sir.
And from your review of the crime scene, was there any other ATV in the vicinity of where Maggie Murdaugh was found, except that tire you looked at, the picture of it?
That's the only one I observed.
And you said it either had to be a tire, that tire, or a tire with similar characteristics
Yes, sir, that's my opinion.
on the ATV that was at the scene.
Yes, sir.
You were asked a lot about shell casings, and you pointed out that they can be thrown different feet and can move around, and shooters can move as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The shell casings, though, that were located, were they located in this area around the feed room as to where Maggie Murdaugh was found?
They were.
And you said them shell casings ain't gonna get thrown 30 feet, right?
No, sir, not in my experience.
In your experience, having done 850 homicide scenes, can shooting events be fluid situations?
That's death scenes, but the answer is yes, sir.
The victims can move,
Yes, sir.
the shooter can move,
Absolutely.
people can change their aspect of how they're positioned at any given time?
Because of the moment.
I don't know if I can get to it on that easel. Y'all went through the whole thing, and drawing and all the rest of it. But what y'all were drawing, that was actually reversed from how everything happened. Is that correct?
It was.
And if this were the door to the feed room going out to the outside and I was standing in it, which direction was the trajectory of the shot to Paul's head?
Where I'm at, up at a 135-degree angle.
And what did you observe up here?
I observed body fluid, a concentration of body fluid as a result of a gunshot wound.
Defects in the door as well?
Absolutely.
And what's a defect? What does that
A
term mean?
defect is damage caused by a projectile, whether it be a pellet or a bullet.
That easel drawing y'all did, that was reversed from the reality of the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that easel also was slanted as well, was it not?
It was.
And if it were actually standing straight up, that dot y'all were marking would actually be higher than it was when it was demonstrated to the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and that's why you use approximate, because I can't tell you how Paul was positioned. I can only go by the angle.
All that stuff that you and Mr. Harpootlian did with the easel and the shotgun and all the rest of that, does any of that change your opinion about what happened to Paul on the night of June 7th, 2021, when he was fatally shot in the head?
It does not.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Just one additional question. Mr. Barber, please. We agreed that what I did there a moment ago with the easel was a mirror image or a negative of what actually occurred, right?
It was the opposite side of the door, yes, sir.
Go get in the door, please. Mr. Barber, in the interest of justice, has allowed me to point the shotgun at him, Your Honor. It is. So we agree that if he's standing in the doorway, the shooter would have had the shotgun, and how about turn a little bit to your, turn that way?
A little bit more.
A little bit more?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the shotgun would have been about like this.
About here.
About like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that's the trajectory, that's where the barrel of the shotgun would have had to been.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
You may step down. Thank you. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time. Members of the jury, I'm appointing juror number 826 to be the foreperson of the jury. The foreperson has the responsibility of serving as the spokesperson for the jury from this point forward. Will have the responsibility of presiding over the jury deliberations, and will have the responsibility of completing the verdict form representing the unanimous verdict of the jury when we reach that point, and also sit in the first seat, which is the seat designated for the foreperson. Understand? All right. Very good. We'll see you all at 2:15.
Remain in order.
We'll be in recess till 2:15.
All right. You may now be seated.
Ready for the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready, Your Honor.
Bring the jury. Hey, very good. Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, I've appointed juror number 826 to serve as the foreperson of the jury. In various places and various states, it's done differently. In some places, the jury selects a foreperson. It's my practice to appoint a foreperson. The fact that a person is appointed as foreperson does not give that juror any more authority than any other juror. All jurors are equal participant, and each juror has an equal voice in the process. Well, certainly welcome you to this role as foreperson, and look for all of you to continue with your role in the process from now through the end. And with that, we will have the state call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, the state called Senior Special Agent Ryan Kelly.
Sorry if I'm walking away from you.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, please be seated and state your full name for the record, spell your last name, and make sure you can get to the mic real good. Sorry.
Ryan Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y.
Special Agent Kelly, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Doing well. If you would just quickly introduce yourself to the jury and just give them a short synopsis of your career in law enforcement leading to where you are today.
My name is Ryan Kelly. I'm a senior special agent with the State Law Enforcement Division. I'm from Berkeley County. I went to college at the Citadel where I studied biology. I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've got approximately 22 years law enforcement experience, the last 10 of which have been at SLED Investigative Services Low Country Region, where our caseload includes violent crime, public corruption, officer-involved critical incidents, and financial crimes. I'm currently there as a senior special agent.
All right, and if you would get that mic just a little bit closer to your to yourself.
Is that better? Okay. Yeah.
Yep, that's much better. Have you, as far as the murders at Moselle, you had a very tangential role in that particular case? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Moving forward, did you become the lead case agent on a different matter that started on about September 4th, 2021?
Yes, on September 4th, 2021, there was an incident involving Alex Murdaugh where he was shot along Old Salcahatchee Road in Hampton County.
All right. And did you respond to that particular scene?
I did.
Okay. And about what time did that occur?
The shooting occurred at approximately 1:36 p.m.
All right. And that's September 4th?
September 4th, yes.
As you arrived at the scene, what, if anything, did you notice about what vehicle was there?
Prior to arriving at the scene, while en route, Mr. Murdaugh was being treated at a hospital in Savannah. So I responded to Savannah first. After meeting with Mr. Murdaugh, I then responded back to the Salcahatchee Road.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But let me ask you about the scene a little bit. What vehicle was at the scene?
There's a black Mercedes SUV.
All right. And do you know who that Mercedes belonged to?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And what information had been, you said you responded to Savannah Hospital, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you had a chance to talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's there in the brown blazer in between Mr. Harpootlian and
Let me ask you, I want to ask just a little bit about the scene before we get into that. What, if anything, did you notice about the condition of the vehicle?
The vehicle had a driver's side rear flat tire.
Okay. And did you notice anything about that particular tire, the class of tire it was, or what kind of tire it was?
That particular tire is a run flat.
All right.
So the tire was flat, and when we got there, we expected to see some type of damage to the tire, to the inner wall or whatnot, and that just wasn't present. After reviewing the tire and looking at it up close, we saw what we thought appeared to be a small puncture wound or a puncture mark on the sidewall.
All right. And what did that appear to have caused that as you looked at it?
It looked like a small blade, like a pocket knife that most police officers would carry in their pocket. It appeared to be something similar to that.
Tell the jury a little bit about a run flat tire. What does that mean if the tire goes, quote, flat?
Well, I don't work for Mercedes, and I'm not a tire expert, but it is it's a feature on certain brands of tire that once there is some type of puncture, that the tire remains operable. So if you're driving on a road and you suffer a blowout, it allows you to drive to a safe space, where you can pull off and seek assistance there. But they typically don't go flat immediately after being punctured, unless there's some catastrophic damage to the tire. And in this case, there was not. That catastrophic damage was not there.
All right. In the stand by for me just real quick. In the course of your investigation, as you started to look into this, did you obtain a copy or review the 911 call from this particular incident?
Yes, I did.
All right, and who made that particular 911 call?
Alex Murdaugh.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 543, and is that a disc containing that particular 911 call?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this point I would move in States 543, I believe without additional objection.
Without additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and play that. Let me ask you this. While we're getting that 911 call up, can you generally describe what was reported by the defendant on 911?
Yes. Mr. Murdaugh called 911. The Hampton County 911 operator answered the phone, obviously asked, "What's your emergency?" Mr. Murdaugh said that he was on Salcahatchee Road by a church with a red roof. When she asked what had happened, he said that he had been driving on Old Talkatchee Road, suffered a flat, and when he pulled over, another motorist arrived on scene to render assistance, and he said that when he turned around, the motorist shot him. So at that point, the dispatcher asked, "Have you been shot?" And then that's at that point where Mr. Murdaugh said yes, he'd been shot, but then he said he was okay.
All right. And did he say that he got a flat tire, he stopped, and then someone stopped to help and then shot him?
Yes.
All right.
For a lady and members of the jury, we'll have you go to the jury room for a few minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
Kelly, we fixed our technical difficulties, and for the record, about to publish the 911 call.
Hampton County 911, what's your emergency?
On Salkehatchie Road.
Okay, what's the address on Salkehatchie Road?
I'm by the church.
What church? What church are you talking about?
I don't know the name of it, with the red roof.
Okay, what end of Salkehatchie Road? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
At the Hampton County side.
Okay, what's going on?
I got a flat tire,
Mm-hmm.
and I stopped, and somebody stopped to help me. And when I turned my back, they tried to shoot me.
Oh, okay. Were you shot?
Yes, but
Okay.
I mean, I'm okay.
You shot where? Where were you shot at?
Huh?
Did they actually shoot you or they tried to shoot you?
They shot me, but
Okay, wait, you need EMS?
well, I mean, yes, I can't drive.
Okay.
And I'm bleeding a lot.
What part of your body?
I'm not sure. Somewhere on my head.
Your head?
Somebody just stopped for me, ma'am. For 911.
Okay. Still?
Hey.
Okay, let me speak to him, see if he can tell me exactly where you are.
For the record, I'm stopping that at 141. Was that the defendant on the 911 call?
Yes.
At that point in time, he said, "Someone shot me."
Yes.
Did he identify who that was?
No, he did not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stage 545. And is this a copy of a body-worn camera video you received from the defendant in the ambulance at the scene?
Yes.
And by the scene, we mean the side of the road on September 4th.
Absolutely. Salkehatchie Road, September 4th, 2021.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd offer Stage 545 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
All right, for the record, I am going to publish a portion of that video.
Tell me more now.
I'm going down the road. I had a tire go flat. I pulled over, and this car went by me. And didn't pay a lot of attention, truck, but then it turned around, came back. A real nice guy, acted like, and I turned my head, and I mean, boom.
Okay. You know what kind of gun it was?
I don't know what kind of gun it was, but it sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud. It didn't sound like a 22. I know that's what they think it is, but it didn't sound like a 22.
It looks like a small caliber hole. Yeah.
Small caliber?
Yeah, small caliber.
but it was extremely loud.
What's your name?
Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
5/27/68.
Over here, buddy. You're good. You're good. What's a good telephone number, Mr. Murdaugh?
942-1227.
27. What's your address?
PO Box 457.
Box 457, Hampton.
321 South and Faith Temple, 321 South and Faith Temple. Uniform Nancy Parker, 136, repeat, Uniform Nancy Parker.
So what is, you said it's a blue and color pickup. Is it a Ford, a GMC, or what?
It wasn't a Ford, I know that.
It wasn't a Ford? Like a Ram type, or?
You know, I think it was a GMC or a Chevrolet, but
GMC?
I'm not totally positive.
I got problems, so we're not. So you had a flat tire in Mercedes Benz, went inside the road, tried to change the tire. The blue color pickup came beside you, you thought everything was okay, and then it clouded. You think of a shotgun and just shot. How many times did it fire? You think?
I think just one time.
What time?
I lost my vision right when it first happened.
Okay.
And I think
Let's wait for lead on the store. You gonna take him to the hospital? What's that? You gonna fly him out?
Oh, we flying him. Yeah, we're flying him. Yeah, we can't handle that.
Okay.
Not no traumas are hit like that.
When the flight crew
We'll find out.
we'll find out where we're going. Once you gotta give me some pictures of him first. Hold on 1 second.
All right, for the record, I played that clip from about 14:07 to 14:10 by the timestamp. Was that the defendant in the ambulance at the scene on Salkatchee Road?
Yes, it was.
And did he again tell the story that he had been shot by an unknown assailant?
Yes, the story was consistent.
All right, and did he say at any time during that anyone shot him?
No.
And what did he say the weapon sounded like that shot him?
He said it sounded like a shotgun.
On September 4th, you said you responded to a hospital?
Yes, in Savannah, Georgia.
All right, and who did you see when you were there?
I met with Alex Murdaugh and I met with Randy Murdaugh.
All right, and did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right, and can you just very generally relate what the defendant said? Did he tell you a very similar story that we've heard from the 911 call in the ambulance video?
Yes, when we arrived in the hospital, Mr. Murdaugh was receiving treatment. He was awake and willing to talk to us at that point. He was the only witness to this incident. We asked him what happened, and he told us a story that was consistent with the 911 call and with what was told to the deputy.
All right. And did he state that that a driver had stopped, passed by, turned around, and came back to the location?
Yes, he said the similar story that he was driving along Old Salkatchee, that he hit something significant with his tire, causing it to go flat. So when he pulled over to the side of the road to inspect the tire, it was flat. As he was doing that, he said a dark and colored Chevy pickup truck drove by, passed him, turned around, and came back to his location. He said he made contact with the driver, and as Mr. Murdaugh turned around to walk back to his vehicle, he said the driver then shot him.
Did he say that the driver of the truck seemed very nice?
He described the driver as a very nice, nice-looking male between 30 and 45 years of age.
Did he tell you what he thought the weapon was that shot him with?
Yes. While he initially said it was a shotgun in the ambulance, when we met with him at the hospital, he identified the weapon as possibly a .22 caliber.
Did he say whether or not he ever lost consciousness?
He said that he lost his vision, dropped down to his knees, but he did not believe he'd lost consciousness.
Did he describe the vehicle of the person that supposedly did this?
Yes, he again described a newer model, dark and colored blue Chevy pickup with, I believe, some type of sport tires.
All right. And did he describe the driver at all of this that supposedly was the person who shot him?
Yes, his description of the driver was consistent, a white male between 30 and 40 years of age. He described him as nice looking, a nice person. He described him as having close cropped hair with a close cropped facial hair.
And did he say whether or not he would recognize this unknown person if he saw him again?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh told us that if he were to see the person again, he would be able to identify him.
At any point, did he identify specifically any individual, or did he claim that this was an unknown person to him?
He never gave a specific individual's name. He just said it was someone he did not know.
I'm going to return back to the scene, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 544. All right, I'm going to show you what's. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 544, and see if you recognize this particular image.
I do. This was recovered from inside the black Mercedes SUV driven by Mr. Murdaugh. It is his assistant solicitor's badge.
Can I have the helmet real quick, please? All right, is that what's on the screen right now for the jury to see?
Yes, it is.
All right, returning back to now, let's move into September 5th. Did agents with law enforcement continue to sort of search that scene where the Mercedes had been located?
Yes. So on September 5th, agents returned to the scene. We were looking for any evidence of involved in the accident. We were looking for the significant piece of debris, and as we were searching the roadway around where the Mercedes had pulled off, we searched across the street in the grass area, and we recovered a gray in color utility knife.
Did law enforcement, did you notice any sort of debris or anything like had been described by the defendant as supposedly causing the damage to the tire?
No, we searched the area extensively, and we never were able to locate this significant piece of debris that Mr. Murdaugh described as causing his tire to go flat.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 546, and do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
And tell the jury what that is, please.
That is the folding knife that was recovered across the road from where Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle was parked.
Your Honor, this time, I believe without additional objection, the state would move into States 546.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, and is that the knife as it was found laying in the grass?
Yes.
And again, where was that location in relationship to where the Mercedes was?
The Mercedes was pulled off to the side of the road. This was directly across the road in the grass on the other side. Was DNA testing ultimately conducted on this particular knife? Yes.
And were two individuals in that DNA testing that came back in the propositions as a result?
Yes, DNA profiles of both Alex Murdaugh and Eddie Smith were identified on the knife.
In the course of the investigation, did you uncover any evidence that not long before this event occurred at 1:34 or so on September 4th that the defendant had had a confrontation with an individual.
Yes.
And who was that? Remind the jury of that, please.
Prior to going to Salcahatchee Road, Mr. Murdaugh met with Chris Wilson.
And can you remind the jury what generally that discussion was about?
Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh met. Mr. Wilson, at that point, Alex Murdaugh had been terminated from his law firm, and Mr. Wilson became aware of that, so he wanted to meet with him to discuss what was going on, because obviously Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh had the missing $192,000 from the previous months that was still ongoing.
On September 6th, did you return back to the Savannah Hospital?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you have another conversation with the defendant?
Yes. When Mr. Murdaugh advised us that he would be able to, would recognize the individual if you should see them again, SLED has at its resources a composite sketch artist. So we brought her down, and her and I went to Savannah back to the hospital to re-interview Mr. Murdaugh in an attempt to create a composite sketch of the unknown suspect.
All right, and just very quickly, what is a composite sketch?
Again, I'm not a composite sketch artist, so I'm a layperson as I describe this. It is where an artist uses a digital software in concert with resources of magazines, of certain body types and skin tones and whatnot, and allows the victim to like a catalog, to go through and find the identifying features closest that fit the unknown person, and those various parts are then drawn together to create a composite sketch.
All right. And during that particular interaction, was the defendant able to answer your questions?
He was.
Did he respond appropriately to subject matter?
He responded appropriately, was able to answer the questions asked of him. And again, we started from the beginning, and he again went over the entire scenario of what happened on the 4th, and it was consistent with the versions he had given us previously.
Did he agree to have this discussion with you?
He did agree.
And did you go into some discussion again with what happened on the side of the road, at least according to him at this point in time?
Yes.
And was it consistent with what he'd related before?
It was consistent.
Did he describe this unknown individual?
Again, he described him in a similar fashion. White male, between 30 and 40 years of age, was nice looking, close cropped hair, manicured close facial hair. I believe he described him as wearing some type of outdoors type shirt. The description was consistent with what he had previously told us.
All right. And did he also provide a similar description of the vehicle that this individual was driving?
Yes, again, a dark and colored Chevy pickup truck.
And yet again, at any point during this period of time, did he identify who this person was, or did he say it was an unknown assailant?
Never identified who it was, and continued to tell us it was an unknown person.
Did he work with the sketch artist and looking through books and working to make a sketch of this supposed unknown assailant?
Yes, the sketch was completed. And
did that take a relatively extensive period of time?
Looking back, I don't know the exact approximate, but it probably took a couple hours for the interview and the sketch to be completed.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 547 to your testimony and see if you recognize that image.
I do. This is the composite sketch.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 547, I believe, without additional objection.
Without additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
What is this image on the screen?
That is the composite sketch created with the assistance of Mr. Murdaugh.
Based on his descriptions to the sketch artist?
Based on his descriptions.
This is on September 6, 2021?
September 6, 2021.
That evening, did law enforcement receive any communication from the defendant's family?
Yes. On the evening of September 6th, Special Agent Owen received a call from Mr. Murdaugh's brother, Randy.
All right, and can you relate what the investigation learned from that particular conversation?
Alex Murdaugh was still in the hospital in Savannah. Randy and the family had been down there with him. Randy called Special Agent Owen to let him know that Alex had been making calls from the hospital to some unknown numbers. So Randy provided those numbers to us.
And was information related that he had contact with hospital staff?
Yes, Randy told us that Alex was trying to convince the the medical staff members to allow him to use the phone so he could make phone calls.
And was information related that he was actually offering the staff money to try to use their phone?
Yes, one of the nurses in their notes made note of Mr. Murdaugh trying to offer money to use their phone.
Did the family of Mr. Murdaugh relate a specific name and a number to law enforcement as they discovered that Alex was attempting to contact this person?
A specific name and number were provided to us. Curtis Edward Smith. We were able to take the telephone number and trace that back to Mr. Smith.
During the course of this particular investigation, did law enforcement obtain any surveillance footage from any nearby establishments?
Yes, we did.
And can you describe that to the jury, please?
After the shooting, the agents who are present on the crime scene, obviously part of our investigation is to canvass the area. There was St. John's Baptist Church was nearby. Agents made contact with staff there. They in fact did have surveillance video that captured the roadway of Salcahatchee Road. Reviewing the footage, we first looked to isolate Mr. Murdaugh's black and color Mercedes. That was something that was a known to us. That he went that way, it would have been seen. And as we continued to review the footage, we started looking for a blue and color Chevy pickup truck. At 1:25 p.m. approximately, we observed a blue and color Chevy pickup truck with a gold or yellow in color passenger front quarter panel. Passed by at 1:25, approximately 20 seconds later, Mr. Murdaugh's black and color SUV passed by. At 1:30 p.m., the blue and color pickup truck was seen driving back the opposite direction away from where Mr. Murdaugh would have been.
All right, I'm going to show you 3 images that have been marked states 548, 549, and 550. And see if you recognize these images.
Yes, this is the 1:25 p.m. image. The first image is the pickup truck with the gold front quarter panel. The second image is 20 seconds later approximately with the black and color SUV. And the third image is at 1:30, 5 minutes later, with what appears to be the blue and color pickup truck driving back the other way.
Your Honor, this time the state would offer states 548, 549, and 550, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection.
They are admitted.
All right. Putting this up on the screen, we have the timestamp up here, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that right there?
That is it is a dark blue and colored Chevy pickup truck with a gold front quarter panel.
All right. 549. What does that image reflect?
It is the Mercedes SUV.
Going in the same direction?
Going in the same direction, approximately 20 seconds after.
And then 550, what does that reflect?
That is at 1:30 p.m., approximately 5 minutes after the initial vehicles were seen. The blue Chevy truck appears to be driving in the opposite direction.
Did law enforcement travel to any particular residence in light of the information that had been provided by the defendant's family about the calls that the defendant was making?
Yes, once we were able to identify Curtis Edward Smith, we quickly learned that he was a resident of Walterboro, South Carolina. So we were able to go to his residence the morning of September 7th, and we were able, he lives at 1075 Burlington Road in Walterboro. Agent Owen went by and was able to locate or observe the blue and color Chevy pickup truck with the right front gold quarter panel.
Was a search warrant conducted of that residence?
Yeah, a search warrant was obtained and executed on the residence.
What date was that?
September 7th, 2021.
All right, and during the course of that search warrant, was there some narcotics found?
Yes.
Was there a ledger found?
Yes. So a small amount of narcotics. Mr. Smith has a garage, a modest home. Over the course of the execution of the search warrant, narcotics were located inside the garage. But the search of the residence, we found the best way I could describe it would be a physician's desk reference of multiple narcotic pills, like a drug reference guide that he had made personal notes in.
And was there any sort of notebook with a ledger in it or anything like that recovered?
Yes, there was also a small spiral notebook, a 3.5-inch spiral notebook that had various, it looked like, obviously it wasn't completed by an accountant, but there was numbers and there was pills and descriptions of it looks like some type of sales ledger.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 551 and see if you recognize this image.
Yes, I do. These are transaction receipts and deposit and withdrawal receipts for Curtis Edward Smith's Enterprise Bank account.
And ultimately, did the law enforcement look at some of this financial information and trace that back to the defendant? This was recovered in Eddie Smith's house, correct?
Yes, those documents were recovered in Mr. Smith's house. At this point, Alex Murdaugh had been fired from his law firm for stealing from clients and from the firm. We were aware of that information. It was told to us that Mr. Murdaugh had a prescription drug addiction that we were aware of. At this point, we were aware of that Mr. Murdaugh had reached out to Mr. Smith from the hospital. So when we found, like I said, Mr. Smith lives in a modest house, has a modest vehicle. When we're seeing several $100,000 of deposits and financial records for Mr. Smith's Enterprise Bank, we obtained a search warrant. Through the execution of that search warrant, the funds were tied back to checks written by Mr. Murdaugh.
And did those funds continue up until the time of the murders at Moselle?
Yes, they did.
And did they continue afterwards?
They did.
Well, Your Honor, this time I would offer States 551 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
Without additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Did the investigation obtain any information from Blanca Simpson about any communication she had with the defendant that day, September 4th, 2021?
Yes, Ms. Simpson made contact with Mr. Murdaugh, where Mr. Murdaugh had requested her send him copies of their insurance cards.
Was that prior to the incident occurring on the side of the road?
Yes, prior to the incident, Mr. Murdaugh attempted to meet with a few individuals, Mr. Wilson being one of them, and he made contact with Ms. Simpson via telephone.
In light of the information that had been uncovered about Eddie Smith and the connection, the financial connection between Eddie Smith and Alex Murdaugh, did the investigation seek to re-interview Alex Murdaugh?
We did. I reached out to Mr. Arpulian on the day of September 7th, 2021.
All right. And over the course of the next few days, was the defendant going to rehab?
Yes, we communicated regularly with Mr. Arpulian and Mr. Griffith. They made it known to us that Mr. Murdaugh had entered into a rehab facility that was out of state. So at that point, we were making an attempt to interview him. We made plans to travel to Atlanta, where we believe Mr. Murdaugh was. those plans did not come to fruition.
Were you able to make contact with the defense and have a subsequent interview with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, Mr. Arpulian called me on September 13th, 2021, and we were able to set up a telephone interview of Mr. Murdaugh.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 552, State's Exhibit 552, and see if you recognize this disc.
I do. This is a recording of the September 13th, 2021 interview with Mr. Murdaugh.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's 552 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish that to the jury.
No, it should not. We're not. All right, telephone conference interview of Alex Murdaugh, 9/13/21.
Whose voice is that?
Special Agent Jomar Albayalde.
Was he present with you when you conducted this interview?
Yes, he was.
Jim.
Hey, Jim, this is Ryan Kelly and Jomar Albayalde with SLED. How are you?
Hey, Brian and Joe.
Yes.
We're in an office over here in Atlanta with Alec and Dick, and I'm just going to put the phone here on the table next to Alec and then turn it over to you guys.
Well, let me start, Ryan. First of all, we only have about 30 to 40 minutes before we have to get out of here. Okay.
Okay, no problem, sir. Sorry about that. You caught me. I was halfway to Somerville, so I had to turn around and get into a place where.
And I'm sorry, but we were late getting here to see Alec, and once we got in here, we had to have a long discussion.
Okay.
It's beneficial. I'd like to walk him through some questions, which will then allow you to question him, but give you some sort of, rather than him just sort of wandering around.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, before we get started, can we just have, for the purpose of our notes, obviously we prefer not to do telephone interviews. This is how y'all requested, so obviously, we don't really have a choice. But we just I'm going to need Alex to identify himself, on the call, and basically what we do is I'm going to ask him his date of birth and the last four of his social.
Okay, go ahead.
Alex, just go.
Hello.
Alex, should you give me your full name?
Okay, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Okay, and what's your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 27th, 1968.
Last four of your social.
7483.
Okay. And I understand that, obviously this is a unique situation conducting this interview over the phone. We need to, obviously you've been receiving some treatment. So just for the overall, sake of your competency to be giving us information, are you right now, sound body and sound mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you talking to us willingly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Dick. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let me say for the record, his attorneys Jim Griffin and Dick Arbulian are here. We've spent the last hour talking to him. We believe that he is of sound mind and body, and that he understands, and that he is in no way diminished capacity.
Okay.
So he is perfectly competent to answer these questions. Now, we're willing to, and we've advised him, we're going to talk about the shooting incident a week ago Saturday, where he was shot in the head, how that happened, who and why it was done.
Okay.
at the law firm. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, Alex, let's talk about last Saturday morning, and let me go through this briefly. Who did you meet with and talk to last Saturday morning?
I met with Jim Griffin and Chief Jesse.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
I drove to Hampton and I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's house.
Okay. And you and Chris were talking about what?
About everything I had done.
Okay, everything you had done concerning finances.
Finances, bills, lies.
Okay. Now, were you taking, well, first of all, let me back up for just a second. Have you had a long-standing OxyContin or opioid addiction issue?
Yes, sir.
How many years?
The best I can remember, around 20 years, 18 to 20 years.
Okay. Now, on this particular day, on this Saturday, were you taking the OxyContin or taking any opioids?
I had taken some, but, you know, I was taking, I'd given it all that I had someone else, and I'd taken some at like 4 a.m., so I was having some withdrawals.
Okay. And the previous day, the news had come out about your embezzling or taking client money or law firm money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your state of mind at that time?
I was in a very bad place.
What does that mean?
I thought it would be better for me not to be here anymore.
What do you mean by not be here anymore?
I thought that it would make it easier on my family for me to be dead.
And easier, was some financial gain to your family if you were dead?
I had a fair amount of life insurance debt.
Do you remember how much?
Not off the top of my head, but like $10 million, $12 million.
Okay. And so you decided to end your life?
That's correct.
And tell these SLED agents how you went about arranging that.
I called Curtis Eddie Smith on the telephone.
Okay, now let's stop for a second. Who is Curtis Eddie Smith?
Curtis Eddie Smith is the primary person who I purchased pills from for years.
And some weeks you would give him how much money for pills?
I mean, it'd be in my records, but we had weeks where there would be $40,000, $50,000, $60,000
that you would give him for pills?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've known him for how long?
Years.
Years. So, did you call him that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
That day? About what time?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I asked him to...
Was it after you met with Jim Griffin?
It was after I met with Jim Griffin.
After you met with Chris Wilson?
I believe so.
Okay, and when you called him, what did you ask him?
I asked him to meet me.
Did he meet you?
He did.
Where did he meet you?
He met me out not too far from my mom's house.
Where?
He was on the side of the road. I think at the funeral home.
At the funeral home. Okay, and did y'all talk?
Not there. He followed me into town.
To where?
To over where I stopped by the Sunoco gas station.
Okay, did y'all have a discussion there?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all get out of your cars, or was this in your vehicle?
I don't think we got out of our cars.
And what vehicle were you in?
I was in my wife's Mercedes.
And what vehicle was he in?
He was in a gray pickup truck.
Okay, and what did y'all discuss?
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad, and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
Did you tell him where you wanted him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you tell him you wanted him to shoot you?
In the head.
And did you tell him how you were going to arrange that? What was going to be the logistics of that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I told him to follow me out, and that I would make a flat tire, and he would go past me and turn around and come back and do it.
And did he follow you out?
He did.
Now, where did he get the gun?
I gave it to him.
Where did you give it to him?
We had stopped somewhere on Salcahatchee Road, I believe.
Did y'all have a discussion there, or did you just give him the gun?
We didn't have much discussion.
When you say much, was there any discussion?
I'm not sure. I was worried about cars coming, and so it was a very fast thing.
You gave him, what kind of weapon did you give him?
A revolver pistol.
What caliber?
38.
Okay, and that was your gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so he followed you out to where?
South Hatch Road.
Okay, and you pull off the road?
Yes, sir.
And you pulled off the road, what did you do?
I stopped, made my tire flat.
How'd you make your tire flat?
With a knife.
Whose knife?
Mine.
What did you do with the knife after you made your tire flat?
Threw it.
Which tire?
Back driver's side.
Back driver's side. You threw it where?
Across the road.
Across the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it woods over there, a ditch, or do you know?
Just some grass, like thick grass.
Okay. And after you did that, he passed you, or did he pass you as you were doing that?
I think that he had already passed me and was in front of me and went down the road, turned around and come back.
Now, when he was coming back, you had given him a pistol. What was your intent?
For him to kill me.
Okay. And when he came back, did he stop? Did he pull up? Do you know?
He did.
And when he pulled up, did you look in his face?
I don't think so.
So what happened next?
I stood close to his car.
And?
He shot me.
Where did he shoot you?
He missed and hit me in the very back of the head.
Okay. And as a result of being hit in the back of the head, did that have any physical effect on you?
It did.
What happened?
I lost my vision for a little bit, and I'm not sure if it knocked me to the ground or not, but I was disoriented, and it took me like a minute and a half, 2 minutes for my sight to come back.
And did you remember him driving off? Did you hear him drive off?
Not sure.
Okay, now after you came to your senses, did your vision come back?
It came back.
Okay, and what's the first time you remember somebody else being there?
I remember there were 2 cars that came, and one of them did a stop, and one of them did stop.
And the one that stopped, what did they do?
They tried to help me.
In what way?
In getting me to in every way that first we got in, they were crowded in their car. There was some reason why their car was crowded, and I'm not sure what that was. But so the young lady got in my car and was going to drive me to the hospital, and I just wasn't thinking about the flat tire. And so we had to get out of that, and then they worked it out somehow for me to be able to get in their car in the front passenger seat.
Okay, so, and you got the front passenger seat. Where did they take you?
To meet the ambulance.
Now, were you on that? Did you call 911?
Yes, sir.
And you tell them somebody shot you?
Yes, sir.
Some cat shot you, right?
At my request.
So, your intent was to have him kill you so he could collect your life insurance, right?
So my son could. I mean, I knew I was about to lose everything, and I figured he's better off that way than dealing with me.
Now this gentleman that shot you, give me his name again.
Curtis Eddie Smith.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
Gray truck.
Okay, and it's probably not relevant, but I'm intrigued by the fact, how long was it, have you ever discussed with him before killing you? Oh, you commit suicide?
No, sir.
How long did it transpire between the time you asked him to shoot you in the head on the side of the road and he actually shot you in the head on the side of the road?
When I first asked him, we were at the Sunoco station in Barnville.
And how long after that did he actually shoot you in the head?
However long it takes to drive from there to Talkatchee Road.
More than a half an hour?
No, I don't think so.
Did he ever ask you to reconsider or say, no, things aren't that bad? Did he ever, try to convince you to do otherwise?
No, sir.
You find that strange?
I didn't,
I was focused on
what?
Being gone.
So that's all the questions I have, but I tried to lay it out as expeditiously as possible. But he'll be happy to answer any other questions, any additional questions. And again, I'm a great interviewer, so y'all have at it. We've got about another 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hey, let me ask you this: y'all recording this, aren't you?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Yep. So, Alex, so how long have you known Curtis Smith?
And Ryan, Officer Kelly, before we start, I just want to tell you, I apologize to you for lying at you in the hospital. I was in a very bad place.
No, so we understand. We understand, and I do appreciate you. Kind of, helping us figure this out now. So that's in the past. So let's just focus on what we're doing now. How long have you known Curtis?
I've known him for years. I represented him. He knew my dad somehow for playing softball, and he came to my dad with a lawsuit, and I handled that case. So I would guess 10, 12
Okay.
years
So
ago.
how often would y'all talk on the phone?
Very frequently.
Okay. And what would y'all talk about?
Getting pills.
Okay. And you would pay him money to get you pills, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you pay him?
Frequently.
Okay. Well, I mean, once a week, twice a week?
It would vary sometimes, but it was several times a week.
How would you pay him?
In cash, and mostly in checks, but in some cash too.
Okay. And what accounts would those checks come from?
The vast majority of them would come from the Bank of America account, but there would also be some funds that would come from the Palmetto State account.
And whose accounts are those?
Mine. The Bank of America accounts are in my name, and then there's another account there that I created that's a DBA, that's my name, DBA Forge, and then my checking account at Palmetto State Bank.
Okay, so there's two accounts at Bank of America?
Yes, sir.
The DBA and then your checking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the DBA?
Forge. F-O-R-G-E.
Thank you. Okay, and then the Palmetto is your, was the other checking account?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who was he, so you were paying him the money. Do you know who he was getting the drugs from?
No, sir.
Al, what did he tell you where he's getting it from?
Oh, well, I was told that he got them from a black guy in Walterboro, and I was told that he had some connection in Beaufort, but I never...
Did he give you a name?
No, sir. I never saw those guys. I never dealt with those guys, so I don't know. That's what he told me.
Would you ever give anybody else money for drugs?
Yes, sir.
Who else did you give money?
I had given Kenny Hughes money.
Who's Kenny Hughes?
He's a guy that I called up and asked him if he knew anybody that he could buy pills from.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him I had a client that had issues and couldn't get them medically, and that, and I would pay him as well, but I called him up and asked him to do it.
All right, how much money do you think you gave him?
I have no idea.
Okay, did you write him a check or pay him cash?
Both.
Okay. Did you pay anybody else?
No, sir.
So it was just Curtis Smith and Kenny Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Sure about that? Think about it.
In the past, I have paid other people.
Okay, who are those other people?
I had a lady that worked at our house that, at our mom's house that.
And who's that?
Barbara Mixon. But that was on a very, very few occasions.
And did you pay her a cash and check, or how'd you pay her?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, that was on very limited occasions.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. So the .38 revolver, it was your revolver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you get that from?
It was at my mom's house.
When did you pick it up?
When I went up there that day.
Do you know where it is now?
No, sir.
So you gave the gun to Curtis, and you don't know what he did with it?
That's correct.
Has anybody in your family had any communications with Curtis recently?
I don't know why.
Well, because when we interviewed him, he said he had to talk to his attorney first, and he listed you. And then when we said that wasn't possible, he listed Randy. So we're just trying to figure out.
Randy's not going to represent him.
And let me say this, maybe.
Hold on, I got one more question. Does Randy have any knowledge of this?
Does Randy have any knowledge of what?
Of this attempted suicide / agreement with Curtis?
I have told I told both my brothers and my son very recently.
Yesterday, right?
When was it? Yesterday.
Yesterday. After we told him we're coming here so that he could tell you, he wanted them to hear from him first.
Okay, so Randy didn't have any knowledge last week, previously?
No.
Absolutely not. I lied to him too.
No, Alec told me yesterday about 4:15, and then I sort of tipped John Marvin off, and then later on I learned that, and I talked to Alec, and he had called Buster, John Marvin, and Randy after I spoke with him at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
We didn't do that. We're trying to.
And before that, I told them the same lies that I told you.
Now, here's an important thing. Since the shooting, have you talked to the shooter?
Yeah.
Okay, tell them about those calls.
I'm not sure. I was in the very beginnings of my detox, and I can just see where I tried to call on the phone. And I know I talked to him, but I don't have it.
Did you call him or did he call you?
I called him.
Okay, but you don't remember what he said.
I don't.
Do you remember what you told him?
No, sir.
And this is when you were in the hospital in Savannah?
No, this is when I was in detox here.
Okay, so you've called him since you went, because you went to detox.
Let me ask you this, Agent Kelly, has the investigation revealed, as you testified before, that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, did call Eddie Smith, trying to use staff phones as well while he was at the hospital additionally in Savannah?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh was able to contact Mr. Smith while staying at the hospital in Savannah.
When? Monday night?
That's right.
Did you call him on a nurse's phone from the hospital? I heard that from.
But you know what? Randy did say I did that.
But you don't have a memory of that.
Randy said that I called him, and then he was asking me. He did say I did that.
Oh. But you don't remember calling Curtis.
I don't, but I will tell you from past experience that when withdrawals begin, you will do just about anything to make them quit. And probably was calling him for that purpose.
To get pills.
Probably.
All right. So you don't know where the gun is at?
No, sir.
But you last saw it in Curtis Smith's possession.
I gave it to him, yes, sir.
All right. So the accounts that you were writing the checks to Curtis were Bank of America and Palmetto State Bank.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the funds, where were those funds coming from?
Well, that's maybe an area we don't want to talk about, but just let's say the bulk of them were not legitimately obtained.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be coy. It's just that, Mr. Murdaugh is independently wealthy, so
Not anymore.
Well,
Not
I understand that, but I think it's a pertinent question. So
look, he was independently wealthy, but there's a significant amount of money missing from clients in the law firm.
Okay. So the money came from ill-gotten gains? Is that what?
Some of it. Most, I would say the majority of it, but some of it I'm sure I use my own personal funds too.
Okay.
I mean, I was buying so many.
All right, so just let me get this straight. So you entered into did you pay Curtis any money for this?
No, sir.
You didn't pay him anything, so you just asked of a favor and he did it?
Yes, sir.
Kill me. That's a great favor.
And so, and these checks that you were paying to Curtis, I mean, they were pretty significant, right?
Yes, sir.
But and when was the last time? I know. I mean, I'm not trying to get you to when was the last time you made a payment to Curtis? Was it before the shooting?
It would have been. I mean, not like right before the shooting, but it would have been several days.
Okay. Did you remember how much you paid him?
No, sir. I think
Was it check or cash?
the last few times I paid him were all in check, and I was trying to, see him as little as possible.
All right. Now let me ask you this: do you owe money to any drug dealers?
No, sir.
So there's not a threat out there that we need to worry about for Buster?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, so the money that you were paying to Curtis to get money from his dealer or his supplier, you were paid in full in those payments. So there's no outstanding debt that we need to worry about.
No, sir.
Hey, Ryan, that's assuming that Curtis passed all the money along.
Well, no, I understand. And we'll work. So, to the best of your knowledge, you don't owe anybody.
No, sir.
Okay. So the money that you paid him, you don't remember how much you paid him, but it was for pills, and you're saying that you didn't pay him at all for him to shoot you.
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to be honest, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I understand.
And I know that, whether you did or you didn't, it really doesn't have that much of a difference, so I'm not going to, but I appreciate you're being forthcoming and you're making every attempt to be honest at this point. But so, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So you did not make any financial payment to Curtis to have him shoot you.
No, I did not.
Okay, but you entered into a verbal agreement with him to set up a scheme where he would shoots you, it would be a suicide set up as a robbery homicide, and you doing so was in order for your son to get your life insurance policy.
I don't know about a robbery, but everything else is true.
Hold on. So let me say this to you. He's had this policy for 10 years. Suicide.
No, I've had a policy.
No, I understand that policies, I mean, what is the policy with? Where's it at?
I don't know where the actual policy is.
Okay. Did you intend to have that paperwork in the Mercedes, like the will and all that information? Was that left in there intentionally?
Well, I've been down to meet with some lawyers about some things, and it was in there from that day before. I can't call her name now. My Buster's girlfriend's employers, Kathy Olivetti.
Yeah. And you're meeting with them about why did you have wills?
Just getting things cleaned up. I'd been down and met with him one time before, and
Ryan, there's a 2-year statutory ban on any suicide exclusion. In other words, if you have the policy more than 2 years, you can commit suicide and still collect.
Yep. Okay.
So that's not now what he thought really doesn't matter, but he may have thought
Yeah.
that would have been a problem.
Okay. But you still entered into an agreement, basically, to have him kill you, so your son would then reap the insurance benefits. And
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You in? Alex, is that true?
yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. So how did you get the knife? Was it your knife?
I think that Eddie gave it to me. Curtis Eddie Smith gave it to me.
Okay. And then how did you make the tire flat?
I just stuck it.
So you punctured the tire with the knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Eddie gave you the knife. You took the knife and punctured the tire.
That's correct.
And then what did you do with the knife?
Threw it.
Threw it where?
I believe across the road, but I'm not absolutely positive.
Okay, but you disposed of it in the area of where the Mercedes was parked?
I think I threw it across the road from where it was parked.
Okay. Do you know if they disposed of the gun out there?
I do not know.
Okay. Was that gun registered to anybody?
Probably.
Probably to who?
Should have been. I believe that I purchased it, so I believe it would be registered to me.
Do you remember when you purchased it?
No, sir.
Where would you have purchased it? Yeah.
I got no idea.
Okay. Ron, do you have Curtis Eddie's phone number?
Sir?
You have Curtis Eddie's phone number.
If y'all have them, we'd love to get them.
Yeah. Give him a few minutes.
Yeah, I got a cell number 843-908-1534 and a home number at 843-538-4691.
All right. Alex, did you ever have any dealings with anybody else besides Eddie? Any of his friends, family, girlfriend?
I mean, I knew who his girlfriend was, but I never had any dealings with her about pills.
Who's his girlfriend?
A lady named Donna Eason. I don't know her very well, but I've just helped her with a couple of little legal issues over the years.
Okay.
But she never was involved in the exchange of pills or money.
Okay. Is there a property up in Hugie?
A property where?
In Hugie, up 41. Do you guys own any property up there?
Oh, yes, sir. And out of Charleston?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
There's a piece of property that I owned with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it, and he did some work up there digging some ditches.
When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
And that property, where's it at in Hugie? Just
It's off of United Road, United Drive.
okay.
I think it's called Redbeard and 0 United Drive.
Hey, Ryan, we're going to have to jump here in just a minute.
Okay.
Shut it down here in just a minute.
All right, Alex, is there anything else that we're missing that we're not asking you?
Like, in regards to what? Not that I can think of, but, like, what are you thinking?
I was just kind of leaving that open-ended. Like I said, I'm not trying to get, I'm not involved in the other aspects of whatever other investigations. You know, we're keeping those separate. So, so you communicated with Curtis. You would communicate with him over cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many phones do you have, Alex?
At the time.
I had one phone. 1227 was my primary phone. And then,
I have to download that phone, Ryan. You know, when SLED started focusing on Alex, said he's a target, we started doing our own work. So I took possession of that and sent it to a guy to download, and he had to get a separate phone, and that was that other number. And then y'all seized both of those, that's my understanding.
All right, and then he's got a third phone that he got prior to going to the treatment center.
Yeah, from Walmart, burner phone.
Okay. What is his extended? What's your expected length of treatment there in Alpharetta?
Well, it's unclear right now, but he'll go from here into rehab at some point. We'll keep you posted.
Okay. So anytime obviously this is, so you've identified Curtis Smith as the individual who shot you. And y'all entered into an agreement, so y'all kind of were hand in hand in this.
Very much so.
And he never tried to talk you out of it?
I don't know. No, sir. I don't think he did.
Okay. Did anybody know about this plan besides you and Curtis?
No.
Okay. All right.
And if you're all about done, let me put this on the record. Alex, did you tell us the truth? I just want to make sure Ryan understands. You haven't been leading him on a very,
No, I did not tell anybody the truth until, was it yesterday?
Yep.
Until yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
I've been really, really sick, and it's really the first day where I had any coherent thought process. And I sincerely apologize again for lying to y'all about everything that I did.
Yes, sir. And you have no idea where the gun is?
I do not.
Alex, you're right-handed, right?
I'm right-handed.
Okay, and you did not shoot yourself, correct?
I did not shoot myself.
Did you, were there, and what was the plan for Curtis to follow you out there, and you would immobilize your vehicle? So did he stop to make it fly, for you to give you the knife first? I mean, how did that play? Because you got the knife from Curtis. When did you get the knife from? When did you get the knife from him?
I think I got it from him when I gave him the gun.
Okay, when you were at the Sunoco?
No, we didn't do it then. That's when.
Okay, when you pulled off the side of the road in Salkehatchie?
Shortly after we made the turn onto Salkehatchie, we stopped and did a quick exchange.
Okay, so you stopped, pulled over the side of the road, stuck the tire. Where was Curtis at when you were disabling the tire?
I believe he was going past me.
Okay, so he turned around, and where were you at when he turned around?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would have been on the side of the road, I think.
Okay, so did he pull up, kind of like what you said, just past your car?
That's basically the way I told you it happened is kind of how it happened, except it was arranged by me.
Okay, so as you turned around and turned your back to him, about how far do you think you were from the car?
I don't know, 4 or 5 feet.
Okay, 4 or 5 feet. And did you just stand there and wait for him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming he just fired once?
Yes, sir.
And then you fell to the ground or stumbled off?
I'm still not positive about that part, but I did lose my vision for about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes.
Okay. And why weren't you truthful with us when this initially happened?
I don't have a good reason. I was in bad place.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Well, I know our time's cut short, but
And Ryan, I'll call you from the car once we get out of here in just a couple minutes, and then I'll call you while we're driving back to the airport.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen. So we'll finish this. We are finishing the recording with Richard Alex Murdaugh, his attorneys Dick Harpoolian and Jim Griffith, and Special Agent Ryan Kelly, Special Agent Jomar Obayalde. It is now 4:58 on Monday, September 13th. Thank you all, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Special Agent Kelly, is that the complete conversation that you had with Alex Murdaugh on September 13th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Prior to that conversation, over the course of the 911 call, the ambulance, and multiple interviews at the hospital, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention or identify Curtis Edward Smith at all until his lies about the side of the road were exposed?
No.
Did Alex Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alex Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders at Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
And is there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Harpoolian.
Your Honor, I understand we have a 4:30 cutoff. You just want me to go as far as I can go?
Or we can adjourn now for the day.
I don't, this is going to take a while, and I would suggest perhaps maybe one adjourn.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Let's have order in court. I'm speaking to the jury. We're going to adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Please do not discuss the case. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone overnight. You'll be cross-examined tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. And we will be in recess.